the other community as a outsider or a threat, not as a fellow Manipurese. And honorable Speaker Sir, political parties and other organizations sometimes create identity-based politics, and selective justice and the parallel power structure, so that their politics becomes the identity-driven, not the issue-driven. So a clear political polarization is seen, and other factors may include the imbalance of the economic development and the social and cultural development, and the hill and valley cultural differences, and the territorial and the land disputes. Honorable Speaker Sir, honorable members of the opposition bench, do not stop throwing criticisms on the loopholes of the government. Yes, of course, there may be some certain loopholes and shortcomings in the policy making and in the untimely taken actions. But without the government, how can the people themselves and how can the civil society organizations provide immediate rehabilitation, relief fundings, compensations, employment schemes, and the other restructuring of the buildings, infrastructure, etc. Thousands of the families has been destroyed, properties destroyed, and the children lost their schools. And only the government can have the fundings, resources, and the responsibility to end the crisis and to carry out these large initiatives. And the government also have the constitutional authority to deploy security forces, secure the vulnerable areas, and the secure the vulnerable areas, and to prevent the escalations. And it also, in the same time, it ensures the justice for the victims of the violence. And another is that the dialogue between the communities often break down due to their mistrust, so that only the government can bring all together the stakeholders and maintain the neutrality when the communities are polarized. As the government itself represents itself as a law and order. And history has also shown that the long-lasting peace can only be achieved by the government's intervention. And I humbly appeal, Honorable Speaker Sir, to pass the motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from the opposition bench, National Chanajao Singh, serial number 28. 2828. National Chanajao.
Speaker Sir, nasi House of Pukapil motion. Maso itaraba yang Manipur punsin bagi tautan silenga kapten ang ngani hapsi yang langram na most of it. Speaker Sir, I do walk on that yang Manipur want to see ang sanda thamsar the Manipur kunda lai tam ne proof singasina. I immediately proof thidana. Upon Manipur walk on the peaceful coexistence of the serious responsibility high blow of sim pomo hakan dama bam sana le ni batu. Speaker Sir, most sensible lenga hapsi kar makari lenga hatu. Mayek sing a palamda marana, at the India Lenga of the Manipulenga, Animax, Pomo, Harakanda, Nasi Mosan, Kadai Poland, Gatway, Mazaka, Tomzake, a hand of that India Lenga. Manipuna India acting to the India Lenga, and your Manipur said to guide on the lava. Masiki Mayla Kutam see Manipur India didn't Mamma Sutila Matunda, where a keep at home was sing a say when a Kuna Yuraganda, Kambon on it. British Manipur Tatu Kramatung in that in 1947 to 49 Manipuri Puari Tankaksi, and a top at the Yam Unigo history Tanka Makanga. 1946 December Kunchari Evokiva Manipuri Constitution Making Committee to the Simian member Tratuna Tata Mungsang Ekim, high Matam to the Manipur, ethnic conflict Manative. Sit down, Kayum do like Manipuri assembly dog, that finishing in a sit track and anti Sigur, more than sit home result town keeping it. I think I have assembly speaker TC 10 come have Matusu Party, Procure working. I think Minister Taraga Puna member title, Consul Minister or Madudasu, singing and the Mighty Pangal, Ama Yana proportional representation of the Idiomani Purse, could make sing open number to I on the thing with the kid. Puno Tayonaki, Masagi, Constitutions and Anti-Traveling Masagi Hana Reserva, and Quickie Assembly Mutakram, Ningsing Bear, Manipur High City, Southeast Asia, that Ihan by the University at the Francis 1940 at the Yumpamo, Hakan election Pampo to Masai, Southeast Asia, the Ihan Assembly, there's a Batum Lava, Lamdamo, Adubu, India, the Tayo, Maramudana City, Mute Kanamatan, the proportional representative system like Maramudana, Mate Bangali, Mary Homes in a can of those our Williams. I think you could be and the Tarita. Tanguna Galong DNA Syndrome Pantuki, 1 day consultative meeting on delimitation budget by procurement and 6 schedule hype to the Mokuna Warek to the governor of Pisan Giver member in the Pankisa. Manipur is upon 90% tribal fundament to a 10% bill. Marana, tribal representing Massing 35 and Biotuga, then Tabaki representing Massing Kunma or Bill, the governor member in Pisan Giver. Yaba Yaba or Boy the Bahag not one hometown program, but Suna, Puru Sina Magi representing Million, Yami Yam they have Nunga Goma is Sumas Hagalipsa, as a 1948 Matangi representative proportional system to Matule, Mataki, Sutomo. The Yumugi speaks are India acting to the idea of Manipur say to guide this woman and British and Sanama dividing policy of Manipur, the Pansura Lakra. Manipur lane from 1960s, developed to Manipur cities and Manipur Zaga upon the Talam, the Ural Kundata Bumi Handri. At the Gimo, Singulam Sikati of Autonomous District Council ATC had no Semjale, Maduna, Masi Norris, then Marie the Sanaiba, 6 scheduled Matu, demand Torpa Yanapi, Asobalampi, platform, some PV. At the Gimo, Manipur is special provision had an Article 371, Sinam Stampi. Article 371, Sinam High was at Manipur Singulam Singularski, Marineva, Committee, Hilia Committee for Assembly, Hilas made no Summit, Hilas Committee, Robert Yamati, Hiliaski, and Street for Inland Former Governor. President that Hagadon have so high. I think you may own 2003 told me Iran as the Langana consensus of the game to not like the tulips and Numidium, the Lucian expansionism, the Mawa India Langana, Manipur have a lump typically Manipur, or something to Manipur level, music, music. As soon as I don't need to have the love India Langana, I don't promise about Sakal Kenina, a sort of similar Sakal from Larissa. I didn't Manipur Langanisuta. Manipur have a lump say, Galatin Crow, Matunda, Panapuina Parties, and the unit like the Targus 1970 Punk. Assembly laser government. I do that in 1970 Mamanda in the Langan Sinta Matito Kaita, and never seen good losing as a Matani Lakala Tama to the I bought car parties election, my power, Sakar Semoro Amadi, Aso Yoran Lakani Haiduna Matuki, Akiba Moko the power the Masipo was losing the 1990s keeper in the Tokiba. Intercommunity fixing of Madu Nintina, but long time Pisan over that was in of Nigeria. The result of sometimes and say manipulate Kundam proves my country trace that ethnocentric nationalism, identity politics, or Christina Vinamta. I call Punna Kundamina proves but Tokanton Apunba, Manipur Sakat, Lucky Bagi Mapuna, Kotogan, Lopina, a same history of Madu Nintina, 9 Sanya. A same history that they are going to tell us in Nintopoli history, Nataba, 1991, Nintoga Marina about using a Nataba, no people dancing in history, Nasi, history, and no people history, and Matosuna, Apun history, and Arcana Pun, Sagaton, Lenaka, Sapun, Marson was since I said, house for you.
Thank you. Next, from the tragedy bench, Joya Ahmad Khan. Joya Ahmad Khan, chair number 4. Now it is your turn. Joya Ahmad Khan, chair number 4.
With the permission of the Speaker, I'm standing here today to firmly support the motion that asserts the government alone can resolve the fragile area of Manipur. This is not just a statement, it is a truth that has been written down in our past. It's present in our lives now and is needed for our future. The idea of Manipur encompassing unity in diversity, a shared destiny between hills and valleys, justice and peaceful coexistence now exists in a state of fragmentation. But who has the power, the resources and the duty to heal this wound? Only the government can do this. Speaker sir, in order to understand the present, we must revisit the past. Under the British, Manipur was treated as a princely state, retaining internal autonomy. But after India became independent, Manipur wrote a democratic constitution in 1948 and held one of the first elections in Southeast Asia. But in September 21st, was forced to sign a merger agreement in Shillong. This made Manipur part of the Indian Union on October 15, 1949. Speaker, sir, the elected Manipur Assembly did not support this merger, so it was dissolved. Speaker, sir, this forced political integration caused different ethnic groups like the Meiteis and Bangals in the valley and Nagas and Kukis in the hills to feel alienated and distrustful and to have a broken political consciousness. Speaker, sir, the Articles 371C and the Manipur Hill Areas. Manipur Hill Area District Councils Act 1971 set up two different systems of government. The administrative divide into hills and valleys got even bigger, despite its intended power and disregard. Speaker, sir, the identity of Manipur is in a crucial point. The violent fight that broke out on May 3, 2024 between Meitei and Kukizo community is one of the worst things that have happened in a recent history. Speaker, sir, to get a sense of how big it is, let's look at some numbers and facts. More than 57,000 people have had to leave their homes, according to both government and independent reports. There are more than 360 camps who need help in both the valley and the hills. And hundreds of villages have been destroyed. Schools, churches, temples have been burned. More than 200 people have died since the conflict started. Internet bans lasting several months cut off communication, affecting business, education, and relief work. The Meiteis are not allowed to travel in national highways. Kukizo people are not allowed to come down in any valley area so far. The Meitei people are kept locked in valley areas, and the only source exit is via aeroplane. The women and children from the majority of those displaced facing malnutrition, trauma, and insecurity in camps. This is not just a conflict between communities. There is a total breakdown of governance, law, and order. Now, think about this. Can civil society handle this kind of crisis in its own? Can local groups help thousands of people rebuild burnout villages or ensure justice? No, the answer is not. Only the government has the authority, budget, and machinery to handle a crisis of these size. Speaker, sir, not just that, the numerous conflicts in Manipur pertain to land rights, affirmative action, and acknowledgement of the identity. Legislation or amendments can only be enacted by the government. Land Revenue or Land Reforms Act aims to elucidate the ownership of the land in hill and valley regions. Policies for the recognition of scheduled tribe, framework for reservations, authority and the autonomous district councils, ADCS. No local law or NGO possesses the authority to modify, enact statute or enact legislation. Thus, with firm belief in governance, I ask the Speaker to pass a motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, next competitor is serial number 13, Alina Seram of the opposition bench. Alina Seram, serial number 13, from the members of the opposition bench. Serial number 13. You take your time.
With the permission of the Mr. Speaker, sir, to say only the government can resolve the fractured idea of Manipur is saying like only the rains can make the earth fertile. With this aphorism, as such some motions collapse under its own impossibility, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand here with conviction to oppose the motion that the fractured idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. Speaker, sir, Manipur's strength has always rested on the people's unity, not merely on the government's authority. Unfortunately, the once united idea of Manipur is fractured by the historical and ethnic misunderstanding, political divide, and the fading sense of identity, which slowly turns the unity into rivalry. There are many areas we can focus on these issues, mainly on geography, polity, socials, economic and history, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to highlight some key points that demonstrate why these issues cannot be held by the government alone, mainly on politically and socially. Politically, the government may frame laws, but it cannot legislate trust. Article 224 and the 6 schedules ensures the tribal autonomy. Yet the absence of the continuous cooperation between the state and its people has turned this constitutional regards into a point of conflict. Generally, the government may come and grow, it carries its own ideology. But the idea of Manipur needs something beyond politics. The 2001 territorial integrity uprising, when people rise together to protect the Manipur's unity, clearly shows that the true guardianship lies in the people's spirit, not merely on the government's authority. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to, Mr. Speaker, sir, socially, history reminds us that peace is never a government decree. From the 1990s Naga-Kuki conflict to the Muslim crisis 1993 and also the recent communal crisis clearly shows that every crisis exposes the weakness of laws without social understanding. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to consider the core issues of Manipur as a matter intrinsically linked with the motion. Manipur today stands in a critical condition marked by the persistent crisis among its communities rooted in mistrust and disputed over the land. While the government has addressed to tackle the issues of this problem, but the reality we remind us that we are socially divided and at times we are unable to move freely within our own state. In such a context, it is really questionable how can the treasury banks claim that only the governments can resolve such ideas of Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, the roles of the government is undeniable. Yes, it is. Yet the true hearts of Manipur problems lies beyond administration. No policies can succeed unless the people choose peace over prejudice. So the fractured idea of Manipur can be healed only when we, the peoples of the different communities of Manipur, sees one another not as us and them, but as one family under the same sky. Assuming that Manipur is the loom, while Meitei the strong threads, tribe the vibrant patterns, and Muslim the golden silk, together weaving the strong fabrics of unity. With this sense in all the people's hearts, the fractured idea of Manipur can be resolved when only the diverse communities of Manipur and also the governments go hand in hand to act in genuine commitment to save the identity of Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, based on the facts and the arguments that I have presented above, it is crystal clear that only the government can resolve these issues is completely baseless and misleading. Hence, I strongly oppose this motion and I therefore sincerely appeal to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to withdraw these motions from the House. Thank you all.
Thank you. The next competitor, the next speaker will be from the Treasury bench. Muhammad Wahid, serial number 20, will be the next speaker. He will speak in favor of the motion. Serial number 20. Ahmad Hanif. Stop. Got it.
With the permissions of Mr. Speakers and all present here, I affirm that today's motion, the fractious ideas of Manipur, can be resolved only by the government. It's not just correct, it is an undeniable truth. Therefore, I strongly support this motion as the members of the Treasury Banks. Our state, Manipur, Shanaliban is broken. We are the heart of Manipur. If the heart is broken, we need a surgeon. That surgeon is the government. So only the government can fix the practice ideas of Manipur. First of all, the rules themselves divide us. We have a separate system for hills and separate system for valley. According to Article 371C of Indian Constitution, the hill area will be governed by Hill Area Committee and Autonomous District Councils, and the valley area will be administered directly by the Manipur state government. Such kind of separate administrative system within this small state create inequality and sense of separations among the community. These rules have made us to see each other as rivals, not partners. We are now fighting over lands, resources, and political powers. These systems encourage us to fight to each other. So my question is, who can change this separate administrative system? Any kinds of civil society organizations, any kinds of school teachers can change it. Only the governments. Only the governments can change it in the halls of the parliament. That's why only government can fix the practice ideas of Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, now we can see every community demand for separate land. Kuki demand for Kuki land, Naga demand for Greater Nagaland, and we Meitei and we Pangan demand for one Manipur. This is a threat of ideas of Manipur. This is a threat of ideas of Manipur. So, my question is, why they are demanding for separate land? There may be thousands of reasons behind it, but the most important reason is that there is an unequal development between the hills and the valley. I will give you the visible example. We have Central Agricultural University, we have National Sport University, we have Manipur University. When we talk about the medical college, we have green science. When we talk about the market, the biggest market of Manipur is in market, it is in Imphal. They are all in Imphal. They are all in Imphal. Tell me how many super specialty hospitals are there in the hilly area. Tell me how many medical institutions are there in the hilly area. Tell me how many big marketplaces are there in the hilly area. We can see differences in the development process. Recently also, government approved 57 road projects in the paddy, excluding the hilly area. I'm to condemn against it to the Union Home Ministries of Road and Highways. Such kind of valley-centered development create imbalance. Who can balance this imbalance? Only the government. Only the government can balance this imbalance by sanctioning more funds for the development of the hilly area. So only the government can fix the practice ideas of Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, nowadays we can see a big issues that can threat the ideas of Manipur. There is indigenous conflict. Some organizations say that Pangan are not indigenous. And we Pangan say that we are indigenous. When neither we have the authority
that only when the government enters with active and determined intervention, this turmoil will end and it will bring an everlasting solution. Mr. Speaker, sir, to prove my points, I would like to elaborate the arguments that I have. First, let us talk about law and order. Violence is still continuing in some part of the state, and that violence where public cannot enforce peace. Because public doesn't have the power of enforcement, only the government has the power of enforcement, and when government uses its constitutional authority to deploy the security forces and stop the violence and prevent it from escalating, and this is what the government has been doing ever since the start of the crisis. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about law and order, only government has the administrative power to maintain it in this state. My second point, Mr. Speaker, sir, is about the neutrality. Student unions, community leaders, although they are very important in our society, but they get the question of biasness. That is why the government acts as neutral by entering with impartial inquiry, peace commission, and policy reforms. Only the government has that authority to act as a neutral between the ethnic groups. And when we talk about ethnic groups, there are various groups in Manipur. That is why neutrality is very important in a state like Manipur, where it has a diverse communities, and often when ethnic classes arises, they often mistrust its other motives, and that is why we need government, Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's motion, the fractured idea of Manipur itself will be solved only when the conflict in the state will be solved, Mr. Speaker, sir, and that solution will bring by the government. The arguments given by the opposition members seems like an ideal solution at one glance, but when we realize that they are talking about an ideal solution, not a real solution, only the government has that real solution, and that practical solution lies within the government. That is why the motion is true, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our Manipur needs rehabilitation, and that rehabilitation needs resources, and public cannot afford that resources. Only the government has that resources. Children have lost their schools, people have lost their livelihoods, have lost their properties. Who are going to compensate them? The government, Mr. Speaker, sir. When the affected peoples get compensated, get rehabilitated property, the idea of Manipur will be automatically resolved, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we need the government constitutional authority or its administrative machineries to provide for the rehabilitation by reopening the schools, by reopening the markets, by reopening the block roads. We need government, Mr. Speaker, sir, and this idea, the fractured idea of Manipur, will only be resolved by the government. And to conclude my speech, I would like to say that the arguments given by the opposition members seems like an ideal solution, but before we realize that this fractured idea of Manipur is a real problem, and this real problem needs a real practical solution, and the government can bring that real solution. With this, I would like to request Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be from the opposition bench. Nengombam Helenia, serial number 27. Helena, serial number 27. She will oppose the motion. Take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House at Hampiram motion majority idea of Manipur pusin bagi thodang asi lenga khatana ngam hariba motion asi dan marana I hana motion asibu thawai hakchang yauna oppose sabani ahan bada majority idea of Manipur si lenga masana thugai bani thugai ba lenga na pusin gani hadin expect or treasury bench members in the phambi ba members in body I hana ngam ta ngam jade I hana ngasi motion asi oppose sabagi mara Mr. Speaker sir li maphamda mari chuna thamjage Mr. Speaker sir idea of Manipur na hiding badi Manipur is the Kundana Leva, Yellow Fruits na Pusilaba Kanda, Amato any Himinaba, Amato and Leminaba, Tongan, Balon, Tongan, culture, labor, Tarbasu, upon Bagi Manipur city, upon Amo and Lacy, have the name Mr. Speaker. Masigi Yanaba, Masigi Wakalona Sibunya, idea of Manipur, Hara Kanaribasi, Masi Lenga, Katana Semani, hiding a Sigi Moss and a step young University, Jama, from the Mr. Speaker, sir. Bharat lenga ki meeting makhada same kiba policy kaya reservation policy OBC ST na chingba khaidopa 1960 da Manipur land reforms and land revenue ki makhada general population ko apikal valley da confine tawra thamkiba amati 1972 da article 371C hapchinduna hill area committee same kiba amadi autonomous district council chingba Hill Valley Division Thamamba, Sadar Hills District, Amati Manipur Tampalam, Masina Chimba Kaya Siama Kanda, British Lenga Kitchen Fanning Hill Hora Balena, Nasi Maksu community Masal Martin Nushinadana Bagi Sinjek Habase, Lake Jihan Haisa Mr. Speaker sir, Aduba Mr. Speaker sir, Aquena, Master Kanga the Amana, India says secularism Chanavaleva Amani, Aduba Nasi the India says secular Kara Pavo Oil. Hindu na nam na tayo hadin Hindustan hiring thonba amadi tongan ba apik fear sing busu Hindu da on hana bo honari ba masibur ko na secularism hire khana bir basi Mr. Speaker sir 1948 Manipur State Assembly da di idea of Manipur gi mami yang na jaw na tai masi haida bagi maram di naga maitai kuki maitai pangla na chingba yelhaw fruit sing sigi mi khot amam hab ba ganda state constitution siam ki bani khudam oina 1972 da pangthok ki election asida Manipur da maitai na namna khunda da lai haidina su maitai khatana lu chingbo oigani haibagi wakhalon se thadolaba kanda lilongagi alimudina chief minister oina hapiwa Alimudin khatana dana risangai sing yamasu sai jama sina chingba maitai nataba chief minister kaya thokre Mr. Speaker sir adubu hana nitina sak alamba idea of Manipur se ngasi di Manipur da lo kaya thambana kai thera le Mr. Speaker sir chingda khunda da lai ba myo sina di tam da khunda ba ya ba adubu tampak da khunda da lai ba myo sina di chingda chatuna khunda ba ya da ba masi makna su ngasi gi chingdam gi division sin do ma gi hanga thamani Mr. Speaker sir ngasi gi treasury bench ki member sina mosana sina thawali ba idea of Manipur pusin bagi thogang asi lenga khatana ngambadabani lenga khatana tawrkana pusin bang ngambadabani haibase ngasi thawa lenga na pusna bagi dama kari thogang paithal pikhrabagi laiba CO sing CSO sing organizers mayam na pusila kanda nushinadana laiba se community masal marta nushinana kari paithal pikhrabagi senfam kaya ka therabagi central government ki side tagi state government ki side tagi kari scheme laikhrabagi kari project paithal khrabagi I am the dam sadalaga lawya manghan badagi hena nushinana ba ngasi thawa kari su tawba like Mr. Speaker sir aduga matang sa ina pukhachaning ba amana idea of Bharat ka idea of Manipur ka se hathing na thengai Manipur na idea of Manipur na Bharat ati le haidina su idea of Bharat ka idea of Manipur ka di ichegi wang gumani maramas na idea of Bharat Manipur le halogi haibatar ba khodi idea of Manipur se masi hana mari chona sembat ma thokai na jaga idea of Manipur se chana halogi haidana masi puma muthal khakanda idea of Bharat chana ba thokai adu Mr. Speaker sir I could get us the Ayam Madamda, National Party and Neta, Pibangani, Regional Party, the Pai, Drebu Highway, Mermasna, Lenga, Katana, Pusna, Bagitoga, Nasi, Lobani, but the young John Lalim, the Speaker, sir. Nasiki Treasury Pence, the Pambiba members, Nagi Hona, Nasiki Mountain, Asida High, but I don't want to proceed Lenga, Katana, Pusin Bagitoga, Loba, when he hides the Hona, Nasi, I don't want to proceed Treasury Pence members in a Tugai, who is the Speaker, sir. Mainland in Yagi Yaka, Laga Tabak, Hawong Riba. Taushinaba, Lotulo, Heba, Sandrami, Zataba, Uji, Kayalpan, Lampi, Sing Simba, Masaki, Puri Tau, the Kalagoi, Kansariba, MLSing, Party line, the head of MLSing, not Tabako, Raganda, Mokoya Pusila, Gani, Hidden, Tolibanski, Treasury Bank members in there. I have not the Mons a day, not the Sumams a day. Amadi, a bureaucrat officer, she's Nasumasi, Sangana, Bagito, Moroccan, I say, I can't have you on the laser. Mataka, Amadi. Masi sangka dalam se lengan na jadi kan anu hire di ekor persamian ni kuda dana leminary ba community masih na gyan tara kan da or kada ba idea of Manipur ni Mr. Speaker sir maka ka panjak hi ba wafang kaya sa ekor na khangle ma di ngasi ki house tham biyam ni ba motion Majority Arab idea of Manipur person bagi thaudang asi lenga khotana ngabadabani masi lenga khotana ngabani harasi aran wa khonu Mr. Speaker sir motion is Mr. Speaker sir na house age withdraw to bikina ba I han haiser thank you.
Next speaker is serial number 29 Muhammad Irshad Ali from the Treasury Bench. Muhammad Irshad Ali, a member of the Treasury Bench, they will support the motion. Serial number 29.
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House ki motion machui taraba idea of Manipur punction bagi thawdang nasi lenga khatana ngabani haibisi hoji koiba Manipur ki tangdu leta da situation asika yamna chana chuna ba mati lamdam masida shanti purakatoba adugumba motion ba koiba maramna I stand strongly support this motion, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, appointed Thomas of Kiligatham, John Locke, second treatise of government, Amazon, Zinza, Rosivi, social contract, theory in the Bamatanda, Kambagami Madudi, still Lanaka Mahasia, a Socio-economic Sati labor, Amadi, Nagrik symbol protection, Piduna, governed Obaki Matata, Kaligumba steel, Eduda, Charanga, People Lapa Matanda, still Lanaka Tanamatu, Kenapaki, legitimate authority Lehavisa, Hadibanaikas, the Chow Mamita. Ngasi lamdamasida machui taraba idea of Manipur punsin bagi thawdang so lenga ki responsibility bagi accountability wa maramna motion na se kaminga yang to mecho Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker sir, machui taraba idea of Manipur punsin bagi thawdang longdri ngai machui taraba idea of Manipur malak bagi maram sin amuk ta khamina dre yengsi machui taraba idea of Manipur asida lamdamasiki historical reality habiti itihas ki aseng ba kichel sipo lanai gi oiba million da isa ki swar ka da yupam oidana tamlo puruk ki oiba ethnocentric nationalism of sagat na rapa akoi masen aino indigenous ni man indigenous na te ha monga ningai santai na rapa simakna idea of Manipur se machui tai masi lenga na babo kum tumin na yengduna le pagi mahutta langdamas punan na yengduna le pagi mahutta government na Haliba, Loisana Bakita, ethnocentric nationalism Sagalapa Mayamsi, Loisana Bakita, government of Honapantoi, Masa, CSO, NGO, Mayapa, Todamati, Nangaki Todani, Mr. Speaker, Madame Mosan said to me. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur, idea of Manipur, I was that territorial legacy at Choba Mapam Kalim. Adubo, Landamas, that territorial integrity of the collective interest, Tatana, Adubak singer by Queen, Massing Tenderi. Nagata pamapam singa greater Nagalim di mga cookie singi cookie land Jeliang singi common homeland di demand singa sina idea of Manipur sa machui tahali masya lenga ki karamba thoksin thawranga pia tabata ki talak ni ba demand mo hai sa mun natijin tu na lenga ki governance ta asoi ba lerang tar ba sumadu matam sana implement tawduna good governance abadi law and order ki itila sa impal very khatar confine tawduna Manipur ki kachin ko ya tum le han ba macam masigi thawdang si lenga na lawra badata machui tar ba idea of Manipur punsin bangam gadaw ni maramodra motion sa chu Mr. Speaker, sir, idea of Manipur haibasida liberty, equality, justice asigi achoba mapamkali. Adubo hadat the ikoi dara ukrul ki moba kep to koi bachat panarol singda atamna na kanglu mamada khut thaba mo violence moral policing singba sadara pa sigumba case mayam sing asina idea of Manipur sa machui tahali masigumba case mayam sing sa akoi CSO sing asida thika ge tender sin na badona singa ka to ibrahim sa opposition bench to another member sing da hamjali liberty, equality, justice level by this government the constitutional obligation ni maramadina motion sa chume. Mr. Speaker sir, idea of Manipur hai basida mandam sida ngasi queen sang na kanglu masi kundamenar bi kanglu masir gi marata na pakta na tune yenti na bagi mami adu ba upapang masya megi tam 2023 dagi maye khele sewa bi kanglu masir onsi na tuna hal na suna basina idea of Manipur is machoy tari. Masiki tamdu le ta dabasi kung narabki damakta lamdam masida rule of law le hetuna acan mira naidana marane ba kuding acan mira naidana way laba matanda lamdam masida santi kurapung ngamgadori bine machoy tar ba idea of Manipur putse ngamgadori bine masya CSO NGO mati Pradana what idea of Manipur law na kaidong the punsin magamoy maramaduna motion sa so Mr. Speaker sa idea of Manipur machoy tarapaki maram singhi social cohesion amasung communal harmony le tabasitu achu maram hariba social cohesion amasung communal harmony si hanjil hange haribadi namdamasiki school college university ki syllabus ki curriculum singda apagi chanabi language na chingba hapsin duna chaw na Manipur culture and civilization gi lamda generation gap le ba naharo sing asida tambi ba ki tangai phada batule masina amana amagi chanalon khudoro na chingba khamduna makoi apoi masing si punna nuksi chana no hindi Bangam Gadoli, Masa, Sudo intellectual Amadi and the Baptist in the Punchi Bangam, Lenga Katan, Mr. Speaker, Loising of the Aitan Badi, Panam, the sports, the culture, the Puari, the soccer point, so Masuita, I go Manipur, I don't know that 21st century is in the Bamasa, my own Bangam. Ching out of Pong, no name, Shikama, Kigali, Masa. Loising of the Aitan Badi, Masimatanari, George William Henry Hazel, state is the mercy of God on earth, I don't know. Maduna Masiki Mosan is part of Mr. Speaker, Sunday Booking today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Again, from the Treasury Bench member, Shah Alam, chair number 30. Treasury Bench again, Chunandi Gani, Shah Alam, chair number 30.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, the House the legal motion. Masoitarava, I don't have any proportion to get Lenga. I still strongly support this motion, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mausana opposition base, Treasury, Mausana opposition base, Lebam Nushiba, Treasury to get Nushiba base, Madonna, Democrats at the Levata Mokuri. Nasiso opposition base, Treasury base, the people, illegation, Kogi, and Satnavayadava, illegation of Pitalabo, Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't Manipur say Lakomatamda, Miam Bulamjin to get able to Chimana Wakan made to Nato Mamse was to Pomasan. I don't Manipur say Karimus had told Matanda, I was saying he got a look at the Manipur Parama and Nalusuma and the Hanging Bohang. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur Kundamina, Manipur Mazasing Tungi Labikadon, they have seen Masi Matan with Chapta of Free Omalomi of Amasan. I don't Manipur has had a hold of Matanda, I was saying I say Karamonga, they don't have some Manipur. Opposition of family members in the hand in Bohang. Lebam was a hundred beginning of the Sakana Todang Lodraga, some protecting Todang Lodraga, opposition based members in the country. Mr. Susan, I say, Manipur Minariba, Manipur Masasing said, I don't Manipur Matan that up to Free Omalomi of Amazon, someone who called the Lomi of Amazon. Masika Limba, Masi, someone who called the Lomin Holder Tarba, Mr. Kusar, Nasi of Manipur said, it's in the look you won't look in Mr. Susan. Nasi, Loyang Loyaki Makata, Comina, Tangi Museum, Lili, Siku, to come the opposition of family members, I did not say not the one that Malang Levaka is a Hopaki Pado, who the Iram Damani putting a Siku Jahopaki, with the Kongam, who was a Kungam to Siku, Mohando Kang the opposition of family members and Wakata of the Kantani. Mr. Sir, Nasi Sarkar Namuhari, I don't Manipur said, Mizam Yamaka Mung, the Namgadam Nova. Lebamu was a quite beginning of the Sakana Todang of Home Tok Rubber. Sakar Makuri Todang Romatun, the Miami, who in the Badam Rubber. My rabbi, I don't Manipur Puchin, but the same rubber. Miami, who is the same rubber. One word for the Mr. Sakana Lujin Maneva. Miami Mangam, Mr. Sir. Mr. Sir, government, the hiding was at the rule of losing Makato Biova. Mammy Law Matin to Mamma, the tomb de Mr. Sir. Atumami was young and Lubaneva, Mammy Law Matin to Mamma, the tomb de Mamma, Hodores, Adu Mota, lawyer, Layaro Virano, police of Europe, Papeto Virano, politicians in Papeto do not, commencing to protect over the Biro. Patana Patani Matonto said, Put a line of Honamatam the day, it's very dear Kiano Adu Data Weva. Aku bisa himang api sendiri kita beli dalam tadi aku ngasih bawa hang kau dewa hang siapa juga kita aja Manipur sangat pengang pada Mr. Sukasa. Aku dah hang kau dewa ngasih kita bawa cetuk dewa. I don't Manipur se bujin na bagi dawte ngasi bu leader am pun ki balai kreba dusi mo pun ki balai kreba pun na bagi dawte ngasi bu sem sa de Mr. Speaker adu ki mahuta sakar pemi na moi masen ta to pham pa bagi hunna ga le sakar pemi na koi masen mane de amai gani ngasi ki thodo se mama sakar na soram bagi thuk le bagi amai gani Mr. Speaker sir parai budi ko do thong nawa jale jindar laibak nu thak ya ro jindar laibak nu thak ya ro Immediately, Mr. Speaker, how much is the voting, Mr. Speaker? Nasi, risk and the 60,000 people in the Saidam, no, why don't Saidam have been able to assassin, don't have been able to say, Masi Paramian, Mr. Speaker. Government, Leva, government, who took the Mr. Speaker. Karitobaki Paramian, Tashinado, Mr. Speaker. 1970 the former Minister Alimuddin Urigai Matamda Saturday Chia Tarko Matamda, President 13 and Tobia, and Saturday Chia Tarko, the Chia to Maya, the Saga, who look at what is like on it. Adu Holiki, Emily Minister Sinside. Nisha Sokan, who knows Saturday, I was looking at the Momo Mr. Kasar. Mr. Kasar, Manipur said, my take is Unipa and Nishin Nagasuni, Manipur upon the Sadan Kanadan to Gabiaro. Madu ex Minister Exan Taran Action na tuming bihaya ka level di aro Mr. Speaker action ni dari krai na tu action tu direct Mr. Speaker wa khani am charang ni no masi house na people ni ba motion ase tasing na sumban na marang oraga house ni ino amo bhobo leita na Mr. Speaker na basto bidama ka Mr. Speaker ki latang nu pung tinchari thank you Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next from the opposition bench, serial number 5, Adil Ahmad Khan. Serial number 5. Adil Muhammad Khan. Azana.
Honorable Speaker, I stand today to formally oppose the motion of the House that fracture idea of Manipur can be resolved by the government. This assertion is not only factually incorrect, but historically blind, dangerously simplifying a deep-rooted socio-political crisis into a mere law and order problem. Before I begin, let me clarify that I acknowledge the crucial role of the government. I acknowledge the crucial role of the government in addressing the issues related to peace, development, and security in Manipur. The government has been the primary. However, to say that the present idea of Manipur is not just the present idea of Manipur, the resolved by the government is not. It's an oversimplification of a deeply rooted socio-political issue. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Now, oh, it's not my. Next, from the members of the Treasury Bench, Maibam Rabish Khan, serial number 24. Maibam Rabish Khan, serial number 24. He will speak in favor of the motion.
With the kind permission of Honorable Speaker, Nasi House the Kanana Nagani Hadin Pukalaliva motion. Matoi Taraba, I of Manipur Civil Langana Matoi Taraba, I of Manipur Civil Langa Katana. Nakong Gani Hari Bangasiki motion asi, Yamatumba, Motionamo, when I Samak Treasury Bench taking member more and how I had sang out Sabatari Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, opposition member, honorable members in the Paliba and say PR Mamanga Ramba, Adukuma BJP government, Aduka, Adubo, I could say Paliba government city, I could now Wakala Lady Bamasum. I couldn't Kangiba, Adu government, Adu, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, political philosopher Thomas Hope, state of nature, life is solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and so on. State of Thomas Hope, state of nature, I could live in could Adubo, Lushinadaba, Amasum, Hato Naba, Amasum, Angam. Hatna Bogi Matamadu Kangagani, Masika Chamana, Zinze Usogi, state of nature, private property in the Lapana Maramorkanda, private property talk on the Maramorkanda, high but Chamanaba, assume the conflict of Pogitana, is also in the Laki. Matangi Matumina, constant fear, Amasum, I high but life and property secure with the status that they go Pam Lakide, Masina Maramorkanda, I social country, Amagi Matungina, sovereign body, Amakata, home Toki, social country in Matunda, Aduga, high representative natural rights in the sovereign body is the Sinaki. In return, the high was sovereign body. I could be young life and property will not sin Bagi, Adugama Todamo Kodoki. Hizing anybody on speaker, high was sovereign authority, although I could be legitimate over high with the Iniaba power to Bamako when I speaker. According to Siki, context higher than I could be labor government singers, a government singers, I could Prazamiana, Kalaga Makoda, I could be sovereignty and singer the Makoda in the Carboni. Makoda do Shemi, policy designer with Amazon, Makoda Sim. Makoy design to law singer dog, I can Makoy execute everybody. I do not talk with any issue Makumatam the address of Hibus government Matongi on a speaker as the Nasi motion to me. Yamna Lingamatam, the Leminary come for Kudima, Shisana, he never get to Kulava, Mamma, history singer Dubo, Fakalagi, Yingamatam the Tindari. Adubo, Nasidi identity politics, not identity polarization of Maram Oreganda, Magi community, the Togaka, the Togam, the Maram Orega, a Nasidi idea of Manipur, Adubo Matsoi Tabagi, Adubo film of the Lagi. Ningsing back Honorable Speaker, Nagala Toba NSN Ayama Taliba, Greater Nagaland, Amazon Kukina Taliba Kukilin. High Visting as a idea of Manipur Sagatariba Mue Kudimakta, Amazon Manipur Gapunbaki Satamda, Adukimatic Sighting Diba, Amazon Manipur Bukai Yabagi, Adum Film of the Ohila Ibn Honorable Speaker. Adu high demand singers a Homeland Tambaki demand or bread, not like any community grievances, Mam Singers. I could be legitimate authority like high with the government as so Karimaram kita we no have a Chingomam singer said. I could government and the speaker. Other than that, non-state actors have the civil society organization. I could be high with singers at Orgomatanda. I could not talking about the Columbus right. I was at Ova, I get Hazard speaker. Nasidi, I could be civil society organization, Masing Tingamana, Mana Pama, Mamington Zinduna, Mana Toning Butonapa. I could social media, Matamina, I could social media video photos. I could community must say, Mark, the young Tina sentiment so yaba adum laba khoi videos ramo ka upload tawni masida maram oira kanda akhoi gi leiriba community masal marakta nuksina daba amasung side launaraga akhoi gi comment section da nangna bagi matoi uba akhoi nam ka phangi hai basing asina maram oira kanda akhoi gi akhoi thawani daba thawdo amasung idea of Manipur achauba Taiti Umkapi, high Siguma unchecked organization, Amasung, anti-social element or high Mayam Singer Sibo, control of Navagita Mukta, I could legitimate authority of Makoyata with another speaker. I could the Kudamu and Dorobada, I can mean to Pusalaga, organized Namasemaga, I community Kara Sopia, video Tagamatanda, Atopa, organized Naman, I want the Harapamatanda, I could Awaikum Naga, I could Hina, I could Tawani Dota, the Hina Marat. Section Laganda, Hina, Lucinkibe, Adumoyama, legitimate authority, Aduna, Kaigita, we don't have the single Matamzana, what about him, but Agadi, I could get one the Amazon idea of Manipur Sibu, I could get Lagak and Nakam with another speaker. Nixing Way, 14 August 1947, 1470, I know myself the British political agents, Tewarna, I could get Manipur getting to Mars, Buddhism, Ningdom, Sinaraki, Matuki Matunga, Manipur State Constitution, 1947, Lingduna, Manipur. State interim constitutional draft away Aduguma constitution of Senki. Constitution Matungi 1948 election Tawaduna, 18 October, Aduguma 53 representatives Kanduna, Council of Minister Lagax Aduguma Iran Tawanko never speaker. Higher 53 representatives Aduda, 20 representatives Amana, Singh representative Aduga, 30 representatives Amana, general population have the mighty community representative Amasum Ahumana. I Maitay Pangalgi result Mana Uofangi Koina, Haiba, Adugula, Manipur, India, Tindringai, Mamanga, Leramba, Aduguma Sarkar, Aduda, I can idea of Manipur, Sibuyam Sauna, reflectively. Aduna, Manipur, Yapuma is Satan Napa, have a Sarkar, Katinagambadi, non state actor, not civil society organization, Mayam Amana Torpota Agadi, I could Asopa to the Hamina, here's on Bagadu Mamu. Lagani adun honorable speaker ngasi ki motion se yama chumba na maram oibana house se pastor you have the hajar ga matang solution jage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next from the second bench, Manipur Kiran Bala Devi, serial number 16. She will support the motion. Serial number 16, 16. Manipur Kiran Bala Devi.
House of Kapiraba motion, Majoi Daraba, Agao, Manipur Pusin, Basi, the Nakatan, Gangani, Hariba motion, I strongly support Ojiri. Nasiki motion, Lengaxi, Pay, Hainaka Shopan Gidego, Ado opposer sings the house, Patana lady, Balengaxi, Ado, Patana lady, Haibagi, Haibire, honorable speaker, sir, future the time travel, the Rubayabo Male, opposer sings ago. Anyway, first of all, let us understand what is idea of Manipur and how it became fractured. The idea of Manipur means living together in peace and unity no matter our tribe or our culture. But sadly, that unity, that idea of Manipur has cracked and fractured over time. 2023 Maitei Kuki conflicts idea of Manipur but that is not true. The idea of Manipur was fractured long ago in 1949 when Manipur was annexed by India government. After that, unequal treatment was Manipur Land Revenue Land Reform Act comes in a belly meeting the thing that I'm maybe out about Jingy meeting the bay that I'm laying but they yaba my table is the gate of Topa. Tongan by administration comes in a patching of a soon belly is that development is a Ayamba belly that our cutting is possible ignore the Ragatambiba. As they come by my arms in a Manipur had a Nushina, the Ramiba Gangu Mayamsa, after Nushina Hundreba. As a result, Nagana Greater Nagalim, cooking a separate land, maintaining a city amount of boundary, and from that very moment, the one strong idea of Manipur, one land, one people began to break apart. So, honorable speaker, sir, when the roots of division lie deep in history, when the fracture involves politics, land, law, it is clear that only the government has the power, the authority, the responsibility to heal this wound and restore the true idea of Professor Jugindro amani magi team na research tawgibagi matung ina 1969 da Manipur da lairaba village machine 1557 leba aduga 2023 ki report da lairiba village machine sina 3,857 sumna ki ticket kharasida khungang masing ji around 2000 ni chang de hengat labaneba adusu Myanmar ki border na lairiba chingni area sing Chandel da 296 Kampopida 506 aduga Lali Makun oriba Trojan Purshila 560. This clearly shows that Manipur has lots of illegal immigrants. Asibo deported by basi arrival na teba. Border control to recognize census verification, strict enforcement. Asibo ba mayam si michum amana tawang amgadraba. Opposite na tawang amgadraba. No, only government can do it. Nasi Manipur nasi Aigao Manipur na kai tharak lay base. Maitai na sunate, Kuki na sunate, Pangol na sunate ba. Sarkar na unequal treatment of people that give masigi kudam haibabu. Hill area still struggle with poor road, fewer school, limited hospital. But in the valley, highways, market, hospital, and transport service are much better. Sigi imbalance hai. Sarkar ni create tawbane ba. Do targeti sarkar khana solution to problem gamgani ba. Through fair policies, equal funding, and balanced development. Bili lambi masema tamna crore tara change. Adegi chingi lambi masema tamna crore chama change ba. Puthokba ngamgadro opposite banks. Sarkar na chiri kanana ngamduri ki haipanida. And let us be clear today, not all cookies are illegal immigrant. I repeat, not all cookies are illegal immigrant. If we say all cookies are illegal immigrant, what about Maili Pangal? Are they illegal too? No. When Manipur was in danger, they stood with us. I couldn't know what matamda. We na koi mating pang biki bane badu ka kasi ako na what matam sida. We don't need around the 100 hectares. Even the Maldives have origin links with Tibetan region, and no one has right to say you are non-indigenous. Go back. Aroi badayin haidaling baza. I is her car she buhul laga ngam banateba. I is her car to ruba asoy bado. So you hide the banete to bana mo dino. Sarkar she na mathok taw dina lai ruba lai kasi aya marun Manipur na matun na te puktoy to re sarkar na mathok taw ruba bagi neba. Ado ay ko sarkar phate mathok taw le khang taragri pradhamiyang oidra NGO oidra lui ka lui ngam bangan pane ba ado ako ne ang thok taw da balagi ngam na layer pane ba. Ado na honorable speaker sir aina haizaling basi motion na si pass taw biduna ay ko sarkar si buhen na mathok taw han biduna aida o Manipur se pass taw na bahun na bada mateng pangbiyu agasi aina ha ko di lai riba chief minister su khan gare ngasi ko aduna ay ko khan gare ni na aina ka panjagi basing se mathang taw ra matam sida aida Manipur se punsin bangam gani ba aduna Shila ko na ina hasanin basi sarkar na natragadi kanala aida o Manipur sibo tawun ba ngamduri ke haina opposite resa hangjani but for me there is no option to do only government can restore the true idea of Manipur. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from the opposition bench. Alex Longjam. His number is serial number 11. Serial number 11, Alex Longjam. He will oppose the motion.
Ahanmagdala Speaker Sarki permission lobjaraga asigi House to prepare lugo motion majority taraba idea of Manipur si government khatana punsin bangamgani haibu apalasi ai tasina oppose to jeningi ngasai supporter beings na habira me future the time travel to ba yaw bra khot bra natte albert einstein matung ne pass ta khatam time travel ji an hamna khuna pass ta sum yi mu matam stage ta lainga se apha ta se sum tau da ba ta su tau da ba adu du gi ne ba khoina tung na su ka su tau ro oi na khoina si haineri si masigi makhata ko Mr. Speaker sir Manipur si idea of Manipur have si karino have da sanna thamjage hingminari ba khundaminari ba kanglup jati furuk khudimaku nusi chanana amanto gi wakhalonda punna santiuna leminabdu akoina idea of Manipur hen khanglagani Mr. Speaker sir in thau khage mana pan sana hakta sanoba higai wathuk da maitai pangal sing sangakhi amadi 19th century ki maya changkala pasarta kuki sinau sing sangakhi hojik su mitai pangal sing sangakhi ba incidents adu dagi mayang na missing khai dagi amna si ki ba jingni hadan mayang la jing hai pa phum phau ko dun leibe masigi makha tarpada 1891 da Anglo Manipuri war tauki British ki makha pon ki amadi jing da divide and rule policy divide and rule policy makone sanaba hoki to 1947 da Manipur se independence phanglo matung da divide and rule policy duna kasam impact on de ma pre-martial status mamang da khoi constitution ning jaduna asukematic mitai pangal gi suoiba aduga khoi jingmi sing gi supunna khoi se 53 akhui ki member ka se elect tawdra asukematic nungai le mi masigi matung 1949 da merger agreement sign to kibadagi asukematic idea Manipur se maso maso ita ba ki ni Mr. Speaker sir masigi oiba khudam sing thamjage India gi oiba divide and rule policy ko manana ba Lowering Kutamuna Harabada, Manipur Land Revenues and Reform Act 1960, Masigi Makhat, Tarapada, Article 371 Clause C, Amadi 6 Sedul Asin Jingbani, Masina di Admupunsun Dakari Kamana, Yabaduribano Haba, Masigi Makhat Tarapada, Akui Minariba Jati Sinister, Isha the Kanaduna, putting a Saki in Yagi, P. Rivan sing a Sigimatun Isha the Kanaduna, autonomy sing Dimandova, Greater Nagaland Talapa, Kuki Najingam Talapa, Adusin the Kayaba, Mita Akui Manipur se, Amatani. Aku isi lau amat lagi masalah. Atu nanti kanan ya. Aku dulu Mr. Speaker sah. Masih makatar pada aku ni kai lagi bakal lup amasina. Hai beri misal amasina. Atu baca di amat itu ita. Kai kan ni kai wakang dana. Wangang sangang sing sida ba. Asina tu cawar ba kudung makang ni masih megar ba kudung. Hantar terjing lung kiba indigenous pillar. Amat di masih makatar pada Manipur Bunungsiba Sarabga Manipur Bunungsite have to chap them the Mita in the SD demand Tawpada Timba, Luna Hatak Tan Nagalona, Tan Kiba, 35-6 hilly area who have same as make Arabukudam ministers because Masigi Makata pointing on Tamadana, Haujipa, Liberty dressing as a Asukimatic Swole, Nasi to all Liba, Mita Genocide or Liba, Kuki Yasimala long sing as a Masipa, Liberty dressing as to one Bani have the Masiham Masigi Chapchar Kudam Habu, 2022 Gimatanda, Kia Nakuki, a political party matanga support to kiba amadi UK ML ki chairman or SS hawkimna hai ki wapam si apone ningsing bagi chapchaba tangai phadabani amadi hauji pa libalenga asigi minister ma khagna hai ki civil society sing ha punjan biyo akoi ML sing di punjin ba hai bisiti ka sunate masi akoi ki support da phambi bi sinau sing tapi hokta pra hai wapam si buta ju thamjage masi ki makha pada Central government na akhoi India da til da matung da Manipur 1950 da pass and part system of thukna illegal immigrants sing ase sangal ba hawraki aduga makhoi na popi thaki malagi makhoi ni yana ba taxing khongkat ki amadi Manipur gi leisure riba naharo sing ase da drug visa ba ki lona himinari ba kuda minari ba pur jati sing ase da drug karba to ba hawraki makhoi na tamna sungna tuminna lalong silaw matam da pur am drug lalong bani pur am asung ta bani pur am makhoi police ni hat ne satwa makhoi na ngasi idea o Manipur se masu ta lengang sing is na silibani asita sunatara Mr. Speaker sir hatak kasu yang biune aku di wafu MML matu ko muslim sing idam ta yafana ba khalam bata agadi makuna wafu MML adu kitang khandaram lawa matung da pass to kun thok ta bro masigi makha tarpada Mr. Speaker sir aku gi nandu masida regional party amakha maru hula ba machangi masigi chawro marandi central government asida amadi India ki constitution asida Manipur ku ngalo pila bagi tamta saru amate yauke Manipur thugai na bagi tamta di saru kaya ma yawi amano palapsu Manipur state wa kai ni silakani makui da khali base makui manu da paikhan ba project sing asi mai pa na ba atuga makui aku di resourcing ase Manipur se tourism ni lamda zokhat pa amadi international boundaries share to ba lena golden triangle nagna bala makoi bana makoi da sukimati kana gani haibse makoi na khalmani na asika to makoi na khaleba aduna ayau Manipur se akuna chokolan hai targadi alimudin gumba hizam irapur gumba luching bama ka parja akuna khanba machangi aduna hai ba masigi khanda da government ase democracy ase di parja na mapu ne ba parja na mapu bina sigum leaders amasu khansi adu ngasigi sigum leba Hasan ngai with the government asida akui ki support option ba sigum laba motion asi tasing yajaning de amati parja ki thokang asi democracy di chaw maram da ngasi motion se jo parja ki thokang chaw maram da ngasi ki house ki motion se house asi de withdraw to view hai ko se Mr. Speaker chari kun hanna na chingchin jari thank you
SM Muhammad Sharif Khan will be the next speaker. SM Muhammad Sharif Khan, chair number 8. He is from the opposition in Socio-economic. Opposition are turning over. Serial number 18. Serial number 18, Mainam Sheikh Tarifa Rani. Serial number 18, Mainam Sheikh Tarfia Rani. Mainam Sheikh Tarfia Rani. She will support the motion. organize Malau, and his opposition at the weather.
With the permission of Honorable Moderator, a house divided needs a wise head to manage well. Today, Manipur is a house beautiful, diverse, and full of promise. Yet burdened by craves of mistress, it's an individual in pain. And just as a home cannot repair itself without guidance, Manipur cannot heal without a strong and compassionate guidance of the government. That's why I resolutely firmly support the motion. The fractured idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. First, Manipur, the jewel of India, a land of beauty and diversity. Yet within this beauty lies a deep divide between valley and hills, and between identity and belonging. The fractured idea of Manipur is not merely political, it is cultural, historical, and emotional. And when a society is this divided, only the government has the legitimacy, authority, and reach to rebuild it. Next, historical context. Manipur was a sovereign kingdom with its own elected assembly in 1948 until it was merged with India in 1949 through the merger agreement. While this integration strengthened India, but it also left many Manipuris feeling politically sidelined over time. Feeling this sense of insurgencies, the insurgencies depend this sense of alienation. So it's clear that such a deep-rooted problem can't be solved by individuals or organizations alone. Only the government, through inclusive and constitutional means, can heal these wounds. Next, constitutional responsibility. The Indian Constitution itself assigned this duty to the government. Article 355 obligates the Indian Union to protect every state from internal disturbance and external aggression. Article 371C grants Manipur special provisions for protecting the interests of hill areas through dedicated committees. These are not just words on paper; they are tools of unity. Only the government can activate these provisions and ensure justice, fairness, and peace. In 1986, Mizoram found lasting peace through the Mizo Accord implemented and negotiated by the government of India. Not only Mizoram, states like Nagaland, Punjab, and Tripura have found peace through government. Next, the government as mediator. Manipur is home to more than 30 ethnic groups. When conflicts arise over land, representation, or identity, it takes a neutral force to mediate, and that neutral force is the state itself. Government-led dialogues like the suspension of operation agreements and the creation of autonomous district councils show that reconciliation requires official authority. Without the government's intervention, peace will remain words, not action. Next, development is a path to peace. Peace and prosperity work hand in hand. Unemployment, underdevelopment, and isolation often lead to unrest. Honorable Moderator. Through projects like the Northeast Special Infrastructure Development Scheme and the Act Easy policy, the government can bring inclusive growth through building roads, jobs, homes, and opportunities for every young Manipuri. Only when the government reaches both hill and valley, Manipur's divide can be truly healed, Honorable Moderator. After all, the government is the people, by the people, and for the people. Next, law, order, and human rights. Decades of violence have scared Manipur. Restoring peace requires strength and sensitivity. While laws like AMMSO were introduced to maintain order, their reform human implementation lies solely with the government. Only a stable administration can ensure accountability, justice, and safe, because long-term peace, because they are the pillars of long-term peace. Now, minority opponents have argued that the people themselves must resolve Manipur's division. I agree. People's role is vital. But let us ask, who protects that peace breakdowns? Who ensures that every community is safe, that justice is delivered, that rules are followed? It is not individuals or organizations, it is the government acting on behalf of the people. Community dialogue without government is like a bridge without pillars. It cannot stand through storms. People may speak, but the government must listen, coordinate, and implement, because only the government has the power to change word into policy and hope into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the fractured idea of Manipur is not a lost cause. It is a wounded soul waiting to be healed, and those healing hands must be the hands of governance, steady, fair, and compassionate. Where there is order, there is hope. The government represents that order, that hope, and that unifying force which can bind Manipur together again. Peace is not found by chance, it is built by leadership, and that leadership for Manipur must come from the government. Thank you all and have a progressive day, and I request our Honorable Monitor to pass the motion.
Thank you, thank you. Next speaker will be from the opposition bench. Serial number 14, Ria Tongbram. Ria Tongbram will oppose the motion. Only 3 opposition members are left. Serial number 14, Ria Tongbram.
History has shown how Manipur has been a place, the Kanglei Park has been a place where all the communities, the Meitei Pangas, the Kuki, the Nagas, they have all come under one roof, living peacefully and in unity. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, today I, as a member of the opposition bench, stand strongly in against the motion of the House. The fractured idea of Manipur can only be resolved by government. I would like to state the reasons why I strongly stand against the motion, and I believe that the fractured idea of Manipur can only be resolved by when the people come together. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I heard about fracture, I come into 3 important aspects as we delve into 3 types of fracture. One is the fracture of the geographically, another one is politically, as well as another one is economically. As we see geographical divide, where Kanglei Park or Manipur has been divided into the hills and valleys because of the various laws such as the Manipur Land Review and Reforms Act of 1960s. Another divide is that of politically, where different communities now they demand for their own separate authority, for their own political state, for their own authority and administration. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the economic divide, where we see that the different communities which are there, they are not being able, their disparity and unequal division of the properties, unequal division of the resources which has been provided to the hill regions, to the valleys, denying access to certain places where one place is more developed and the other place is underdeveloped. And these are the divides that we see, Mr. Speaker, sir, politically, geographically, as well as economically. And when we consider such a divide, Mr. Speaker, sir, what comes to our mind is how do we solve this fracture? How do we bring the idea of unity and equality among the people? And that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is only possible when we bring about unity in the idea of the people, in the idea of different communities, and not by just the government, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that's why I strongly stand against the motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have seen various instances where there's different ethnic clashes and economic clashes between different communities, whether it be the Nugi, whether it be the Nagaputi war, whether it be the Kuki as well as Meitei conflicts, or the most recently, the Meitei Kuki clashes, Mr. Speaker, sir. What we have seen is that Manipur, our state or motherland, Kanglei Park, is in a dire situation where what we require right now is to look into this case, because the time is there where now, in the future, Manipur or motherland might just finish up ourselves because of ethnic crisis and conflict. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important to address the idea of Manipur. And when I say idea of Manipur, it is the idea of unity among the different communities. The idea that we have is about embracing our own culture while respecting the culture and identity of the others. And this is only possible by the people's intervention. Mr. Speaker, sir, the members of the Treasury bench have mentioned that the government plays a very important role. I do agree that the government plays a role, but Mr. Speaker, sir, neglecting the fact that the people, the stakeholders play an important role is a wrong case, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand against the motion. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the government might implement, they might have the constitutional rights to implement the laws, to bring about change in the various institutions, Mr. Speaker, sir, but it is only for a short term. When the roots of the plan itself is not properly built, how can we say that the future is safe? What is the use of presenting and protecting the present by implementing rules and various regulations of oneness, and that, Mr. Speaker, sir, only by mere implementation of government rules and regulations cannot bring that cause, Mr. Speaker, sir. When we see certain implements, the members of the Treasury bench have mentioned that the democratic country, we are a democratic country, and they have mentioned that the government itself is not able to solve these conflicts. How can the people bring about change? I argue, why can't we bring the change? We are a democracy. We are the people, the brothers, we are the sisters, we are children of Manipur, and it is our responsibility. It is only when we stand together that we can bring change, and that is why I believe that the motion is incorrect. I stand against the motion. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, we the people are the roots, and I believe that this motion should be withdrawn from the House. Thank you all.
Serial number 8, SM Mohammed Sharif Khan. Serial number 8.
Greetings to the members of the House. With the permission of Speaker, sir, where I strongly oppose motion that the fractured idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. My dear learned debater, we the opposition firmly believe that the idea of Manipur is far bigger than any government, and therefore they cannot be repaired by the government alone. Speaker, sir, let us remember what Manipur truly is, what the idea of Manipur truly is. It is a vision of united harmonious society that can repair one alone. It is a vision of united harmonious society, peaceful coexistence. Build on peaceful coexistence. And nowadays, some CSOs, some leaders are increasing the communal tension. Ngasi dari Manipur, film masida CSO sing amari common people singa karam role lau ko dagi habis aku isara khang da ma uli. Blaming the government in any situation is just a way of forgetting ourselves for not taking responsibility today. The government can enforce law and order, but they can enforce peace, unity, and empathy, mutual respect. Because sir, ngasi dari Manipur film masida CSO sing amari government amadi common people singa punna punjal lama tamda hogi Manipur gi idea of Manipur gi sab sawa film mama tragana Manipur gi idea of Manipur gi sab sawa khongthang ma thangmo ngani netragadi hogi Manipur gi ba film sida ngasi dari film sida idea of Manipur fracture oi sida government khakana da sina sida koina isagi responsibility lau da bagi kudamne. Speaker sir, my reasonable argument are as follows. Number one, civilization. My proposition must answer a simple question. Did the idea of Manipur originate from a government or from a civilization? Government is natural by temporary, and a civilization is permanent by character. If the region, I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, also from the same bench, Chiteswar Maibam, serial number 9, will also speak against the motion. Serial number 9, Chiteswar Maibam, member opposition bench.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, esteemed judges, and respected opponent and all top-minded present in this hall. Today, yes, from the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to start my argument and my debate today we stand at a crossroad of truth and responsibilities. And we are going to debate on a motion that only government can heal Manipur. The fractured idea of Manipur can only be healed only by the government. And I ask to say that when the wound is at the heart of the society, government policy alone cannot heal that wound. Only harmony, communities, and consciousness can work to heal that wound. So I strongly oppose this motion, and the Treasury members of today's motion who advocate this motion evaluate the limited comparisons of democratic teenage and values. Yeah, the idea of Manipur consists of multiple dimensions, and the healings of this fractured idea should also only possible by considering all the dimensions perfectly. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me remind of that day from which today's debate topics arises.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, the saying, peace isn't built only by the rulers, but by the hands of the people, contradicts today's motion of the House, which means to say that the people of Manipur are highly influential by itself and also the government. Mr. Speaker, sir, today's motion of the House, the fractured idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government, is absolutely wrong, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, under the motion, two very unrelated cause and effect can be seen. That is, only by the government being the cause and resolving the fractured idea of Manipur being the effect. Mr. Speaker, sir, what makes today's motion entirely untrue is the phrase, only by the government. This assumption is not only unrealistic, but it's also untrue. While the actual simple truth is the very fact that people's coordination between the mutual understanding of the civilians and the communal participation in various progresses is also required. And no government, however powerful, can resolve a society without the presence of the civilians. So today's motion collapses under its own logic. The motion is wrong, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, to prove that the motion is wrong, I would like to analyze it further. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur's fractures is historical, cultural, ethnical, and emotional. The government alone couldn't solve all the issues. Now, if the government alone could solve the issues, then it means that over these decades of governments by different government leaders, political parties failed to bring a proper solution over a lasting peace and harmony between the communities of Manipur. Now, this is especially because the particular issues in Manipur is not only administrative, but is mostly communal and mostly human, Mr. Speaker, sir. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur's greatest strength lies in its people. Traditional institute, Maira Paibis or mothers organizations, students unions, civilians and village councils and peace committees. These actors have often succeeded where the government has failed. Now, Mr. Speaker, so whenever a crisis occurs or during a conflict, it is the local communities and not the administration that protect the neighborhood, prevent violence from spreading, and negotiate ceasefires and rebuild trust. Now, if we were to say that the government alone can solve all the fractured idea of Manipur and all the conflicts, means to erase all the essence of people who is currently involved and has been living this conflict for these years, and the people who are more aware of this reality of the conflict more than any distant policymaker. Hence, the motion is wrong, sir. Tell him, Mr. Speaker, sir, to rebuild a broken idea, we need a dialogue, not only decisions. The government functions and operates in legal law and orders and law enforcement, but actual healing of a state requires communications, negotiations, conversations, empathy, and re-healing and rebuilding settled relationships between the internal communities. Now, in order to do this, the government cannot force trust and social harmony within the people. It cannot order communities to reconcile. Harmony cannot be ordered, it must be built. And resolution must come from community leaders, scholars, youth groups, women groups, and neutral facilitators, and not only from the government files or the cabinet meetings. Hence, again, the motion is absolutely wrong, sir. Only, Mr. Speaker, sir, when a government makes the decision all by itself, usually it divides more than it unites. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we can clearly see in our history that the unilateral government's actions often lead to the intensifying of the tensions, whether it be progressively done for administration, security, or the security of the particular country. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, in Manipur, various conflicts are said to be resolved only by the government, but the actual truth is, without the active participation of the civilians, nothing can be changed. Yes, it is true that the government plays a very important role, but however, the government can take actions, but only the people can bring peace. The government can make decisions and dialogues, but only the social advancements of organization can complete it. Yes, the government can make rules and regulations, but only the people as united can bring actual harmony and a lasting peace. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the fractured idea of Manipur can not only be resolved by the government, but by all of us together, and it requires us civilians to work together with the government and hence bring eternal peace and harmony. With the above flags, I would like to appeal, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, to kindly withdraw the motion from the House. Hopes and full success for the opposition bench. Thank you.
Problem mi mga tao pichla pamete ngamaro ita pamamba it should be resettled I got to yoga ba aduna as angare opposition da amani o mali mana taro tare nipan mapan asete jaja sing swaya abelo tare abelo adum ama khatang masai rotari to gada hana pakalo to gada ama khatang le aduna Socio-economic committee da speaker na discussion na di forum ta machine na china to yadre matam jote na hobra ya da ni tarin parngana ti mini mga tare kano lang bare do oi da bina saube yadre competitor sing matam sana punctuality wai budakar le aduna amo hoba lawra roi aduga usai chita hoba hagadi lotri yana na to buda my atop of metal chain hagito share number ka 15 1 part Sesaba Muhammad Lia Ilyas which was I call him that Sina Aroi boy share number 15 Sesaba Muhammad Lia Ilyas okay I want to sing it all no warura no matani simba matam chan sala na me dangaraba
Honorable Speaker, sir, I am the Nasigo, Mosan Nasibo, Post of the Ray. Karigumba Santi is Sakila Propam Nava, Machoitaraba, idea of Manipur, Himalaya Manipur, Asiga Waba, Mahana Pandibate, Amadi Sintra Tiba Piranga say, Lengang the Lepan of the Boyraba, Adu Betarabadina and the Lepan of the Gadabani. Speaker sir, upon magi saktam haibadi unity asibo loy na pass to ya boy ram nabadi Manipur kay dong de iki kheng rak na ram loy. Speaker sir, ipai pu sing naduna karam Manipur ki damakta amadi kana ki damakta lan theng ram bage kana ki damakta thawai kanam bage khulai thangalai maru ka thorai ka bi mi aduna lawri imalai bak Manipur na yai phare haksam phautuna pan ra mi aduna sulawri imalai bak Manipur na yai phare mihat padu su Manipuri siri ba mi adu su Manipuri mihat padu ki khalau si imalai bak ki damak siri ba mi adu ki khalau si imalai bak ki damak mihat padu ki mama su Manipur siri ba mi adu ki mama su Manipur mihat pa adu ki min thol cha thoba siri ba mi adu ki min thol cha thoba adu betar ba Speaker sir ipai pu sing aduna karam Manipur ki damakta kana ki damakta lan theng ram bage mihat padu ki Manipur na karam Manipur no siri ba mi adu ki Manipur na karam Manipur no. Speaker sir, Machoi Tarba Manipur as a son of Helapata, what is the family by Ayamadi, a quick Papunamaki Sarupsu Yar in the Habs from even to eat. Sahi among the Toki Iran Kanana Ton Kibano, Konsong Gilan Kanana Ton Kibano, Awana Chahitare, Kuntakan Kibakanana Ton Kibano, Amuktan Sadi in the sea, I couldn't say a Maram or a Ton Kibani. It's in now Marakan Sinadaba, Jati Yamaka Jati Yamaki Marati and Tinaba, Chintam Sinadaba, Nupan Nupi Handanianba, Infal Lawai Karinaba, Pesa Karakita Isaki, the Karim Tokuna Lebak Banon Sinda, Lebak Asibu Bandan Kamanga, Asigum Nava Pibam, Sedakaram Manipur Mangado. Speaker sir, Maitei Kakinam Maitei Nipak, Cookie Land, Nagalim, Kanana Lauribano, Manipur Asida Pokuna Charapa, Manipuri Machai Kuna Lauribani, Lenga Kanana Semibano, Manipuri Ekuna Semibani, Manipur Kanana Saribano, Manipuri Ekuna Saribani. Speaker sir, Chapudi Kadum, the Chapu Sabatuna Kandibo, Amadi Semi, among the Hindopanam Loy, Lengati, Lengak Semi, Missing Maraki to Academy. Speaker sir, Mihat padu atau penati, siri bamiya siso atau penati, maralai bamiya si atau penati, Manipuri si atau penati. Ngahakkan ni mihat pa maralai bamiya si atau penati kan labaso, hangrabe ya rabu afam masih lagi. Lebak kasih lantum kanan hurani bano, lebak kasih sana lupa kanan lautukli bano, ham kanan yoni bano, cakat bagi minda kanan lemda masih belum tahu bano, kanan viral sigi, Manipur sigi mencet heli bano, ayam bu mukut tapai raga salari basi kanan no. Speaker sir, ichil ina ukhan raga ima se tangkai macet tathok la se hai besikana no. Speaker sir, Manipur solapa matamda Manipur leira roy, Manipur leira pa matamda Manipuri leira roy, Manipuri leira pa matamda idea of Manipur lakta roy. Masipun makase lahan na ba amadi thukan na bukon na bada. Laingak siya mama sang matapangam di ba Manipuri presai kuni ang thawai ang saruk yari hai besikang bifam thui. इतिहास की सोखी रबजना कया हम दुखनी बियो हम मन बदा अंगम मथौता न बदा लेंगा पकयाना कना कना द मणिपुर सिबियन थोलु के हाइबदो अवाद खरयोन मयांग नं थौद खरयोन हसकी जुक असिना दिल्ली चत न योन पकयामा स्पीकर सर आइना कमदौना आइगी मणिपुर अखोगी नाफुम फुमली बलेबा कसिना मचुई तरपगी वरी लियो हाइबगे चप माना बलोन चप माना इतिहास लेमिन नरिबा सिसु इमुंग अमा खक्ता चामिन नरिबा सिसु चिंजा कम खक्ता अदुगा कली मरम गिनो अखोई मसे लिंथि नरिबा अखोई मसे की नरिबा स्पीकर सर मणिपुर समाज ने लेखा तरपबा मतमदा लेंगा पसिंग सु मसागी मथौदाम करकनी लेंगा पसिंग स्ट्रोक साबरी ngani sandi ka hanbadi ngamloi nanna lemin hanbadi ngani nuksina lemin hanbadi ngamloi aini hanbadi ngani akiba ko hanbadi ngamloi speaker sir masina maram moiraga idea of Manipur ase praja singna punsin labakan tautopai bagi wakal chen labakan amana amagi wari ta nabangam labakan amadi amuk khanna nauna sagat bagi wakal chen labakan idea of Manipur kadung kai bangam loi lebak amna lebak ama jati yama kaidong da mukhan bangam loi karigum bai sagi chatnabi sakam haibadi identity amadi hokra ba mirod sing adugi makhoi na tawbira ma thak thoram sing adu buka thokrabadi lenga ki policy ne humanity ta kadam nate humanity na lenga ki policy mai kai chunggadabadi speaker sir mihat pa do ikoi manung dagini siri ba mi asiso ikoi marak tagini lenga sem liba asiso atai kana na nate ikoi na sem libani ikoi na ni ikoi bahali ba ikoi ni siri ba ikoi ni jati masel yang tinari ba ikoi ni chingtam imphal dawai nupan pi khai ba ikoi ni amana amabu handani ni ba ikoi ni ichilina khan raga ima asibo tangkai ta thokse hai ba National speaker sir political thinkers kaya ne hega khaibi ba no government however powerful can reconcile its people if they refuse to stay each other haiba sigalona Manipuri praja sing asina Chaman of Million Nabakan Labakan, Tazan Nabale Labakan, Yek Nabaki Wakan Tadok Labakan, MPSC Gumlava controversy Tokak Labakan, Lenga Pasina, Prasada Popular Government, Karak Topungan Labakan. Minister na bureaucrat na Prasada Tritan Topungan Labakan, State Oliva Festival, Sangai Festival na Chingla Sibo, Ating Bayaw na, Aki Balay na, Santi Sata Free na Pangtukpang Labakan, discrimination na Labakan, Miwa Sama Sasibu Chapan na Bagita Wakta, Amadi Manipur, Asibu Chapat.
The motion should be supported another bar. Tahima, serial number 3.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon to one and all who are present here. Today, I stand firmly for this motion. The fractious ideas of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. Mr. Speaker, sir, the burning question before all of us is, who has the real power to help these fractures? I strongly believe that only the government, through its policies, leadership, and inclusive governance, can truly resolve this crisis. So today's motion is true. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me put some points to prove the correct of today's motion. The government has the resources and authority for the ideas of Manipur. Let's see some practical approach of government. Only the government can possess constitutional powers and oaths. Be it law and order, infrastructure, or economic development can act at the scale the government can. For instance, after the 2023 Manipur ethnic clashes, it was the state and central government that deployed security forces, set up relief camps, and began the peace dialogues. Without government intervention, the violence could have engulfed the entire state. Thus, it's not emotion, but the structural power of government that restored peace. So, today's motion will be passed from the House, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let us not confuse emotional hope with practical reality. They said, people must come together or civil society can bring peace. But without government intervention, such unity has no legal or lasting power. Only the government can ensure justice and policies for the welfare of Manipur. The roots of Manipur fractures are political, social, and socio-economics. Issues like unequal development, ethnic mistrust cannot be solved by an individuals or by NGOs alone. So today's motion will be valid, Mr. Speaker, sir. Data shows government leads programs. Data doesn't lie, and I do not mention fake data. According to the Institute of Conflict Management, it was the incident of insurgency and violence in Manipur have been reduced by over 60% between 2010 and 2020 due to sustained government peace talks and development programs. Only this is clear. Where there is government presence, peace follows. When the government fails or withdraws, chaos reappears. So, therefore, the lasting peace programs invalid. Only the government can represent all voices equally. Manipur is a home of more than 30 ethnic groups, Meiteis, Nagas, Palas, and others.
motions alone. It needs policies, justice, and visions. And only the government has the power to bring it all. So, I stand firmly for the support of today's motion, and I request our Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. She will be followed by the last debater, Thaudam Laisembal Singh, also a member of the opposition bench. Opposition bench ke aloiba debater, Thaudam Laisembal Singh, serial number 25. He will be the last debater. Then the leader of the House shall be ready for his reply.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am a loser. House motion the fracture idea of Manipur can only be resolved by the government hybrid motion as see Manipur Miambu mislead Badu motion among soon socially unrealistic way motion among when I have a motion see how I have time young opposed to Mr. Speaker and see I only government hybrid city however Masiki motion see Masana Lanjari have see Masana Putto Mr. Speaker I'm thinking Mr. Speaker Manipur popular government Sina Manipur Toriba crisis as result of Namje Haiduna Hadaki to 025 13 February that India ki Article 356 ki Makada Manipur and popular government at all Mutantuna Manipur si President Rules and I never Adumba Mutaka Baduma government Lucky Aquina fracture idea of Manipur si result of any high expect of Ragadi Mapuma made a cousin Sipaduka is okay. President Rules here more hyper Mrs. Speaker Akogi Manipur to me Manipur President Rutampa Matamda Chimney Masunta missing a yam Tabashi welcome to the rule Adubu rule as Sayama Parakadoreva. Sayama Parakadoreva was the Akumani Premiana expect to give a dog Panga Brady, Pangi Madame the Haimatolo, Mrs. Speaker, that's seeing a really give the labor, erasing the norm of Pasam, Sam, Birabado, Handaraga, who this I think for a Piba, and again Sahiani and a Zatpaya, Club, Women, Lifeline, whatever. This did have an easy was in power. Sananga, this and Angani hiding a Manipuriana, Siapang Masibo in the Thames in the Tambiba, Handa the Panto Zero Festival, that power, Combat Kiba, Permission to Badu, President, Manipur State Transport, Thai, Habaki the Magda, Guatabida, Security Forces, Singna, Hatuna Tamlaga, Nakway Manipur had a Wayasi, Mutano Adu, and Way Mahata, and Chapia, and Haiba, Manipur now the river Security Forces, Singatuna, Manipur Haiba, Waya, Mutano Haiba, Hangaya, Wangi, Mr. Speaker, a Manipur President who give Makata, Badu, but I Security Forces, President who give Makata, Governor give Makata, Security Forces, the Aduki or Beto Kanana people, Manipur, Tamiliba, President Rugi, Intensency, Fracture, wherever Manipur, see Punjan, Bigado, Librana, Traga, Manipur, Senkupsana, Tuga, Bigado, Hibasi, Hambe, Aduamu, Constitutional experts in India, quite a Gilan, the Sin of Congress, Article 356 ni amasung Sakari Commission 19 ITI madung ina saung ahung thobagi amadi misuse taweba hai basina maram oiraga PR bu yera popular government ko yera makhoina Manipur bu punjan bigani hai batoni da ching hara kada kai da bamanglangi furasa abadi maram sina tejinvans the public honorable members ina tiaka da bamanglangi furadi sabiga do hai na ina bongana ningsing jere abadi akoy Indian central government ki intelligence Manipur da labor crisis asi solve to Natraga, here not a crisis of oil right, Hansel, Madame the IE already, here not a crisis of oil, but Bamagi, Mammy, Mays in the time. Masi made rather Kodamaru, 2001, 14, Sunda, in Yago, and NSM, I got signed up, give us his fire again, without joining him, I have why we are the Maramona, I didn't remember it to a without Topuna. We are trying to see given a serious Nakana, Handata Manipur, Piramba Prime Minister, Manipur, Hamoising and Shibuka Mata, Karigida Mata, Mahanga, Punsavaya, my neighbor Sukuki, CSO, Amadi, elected representatives, Pulapko, nobody's hand, but Kimota Mahanga, Chusabuda Mukti, and Ipana Mukti, Mahanga, Talibuka, Amadi, Nubi, Chapana, Bagina Mata Yam, policy program, Tawiliba, Duba, Prime Minister, Duna Handata, Elena, to Jotoli for the Jiriba, the Alang, Yana Mihati, and Lupita Hati. 2 minutes later, Mata, central government, PR, popular government, soon talk has a village, the same have the money for the fracture ideas.
tokai leader ichnik sing ma ichnik reconciliation ama la kan da oigada ne ba si je apne administrative set up me da khuda ta hapsela ga phang bia ba te ba si social ama natural process ni it's a community sing adugi marak ta dialogue ko na ba matam da amadi mutual understanding na ba su long term understanding na ba amadi share governance la ma da masa ma thon da la ka da ba adugum ba kai ichnik reconciliation ni matak ta pija ge ba fact and figure sing si yengsin bi na honorable prime member ama su honorable speaker of the house da ma si August house ka ma pina ba motion si yam na la ba Manipur bi amu misli ta ba du motion na mo e ba house in front ki video ta bina ba honorable speaker sir ji coming 600 thank you.
Thank you. Saya House ke leader Mohammed motion. Pongapam Jyoti Devi. Nana mini anything reply PBR. My idea number 10 with the Yahoo. Anulingi Treasury Parents ke side leader ho hibato. When about other Kangi Bani. One of the members of the Treasury Bench na mini anything correction submit one of the members of the Treasury Bench. Kasi the व्यक्ति सब अपनी होंगे लेटर पर में मरते के अमना हाँ Treasury Bench लेटर बरो हम खाक में चलूँ तो वही है ना nanti di bete yang udah nanti wayang mana hai oba, kau semua umpan apa?
Honorable Speaker, I think ngasi motion na paliba government hire basa ko gi PR mamang le ram government adu boy ko ni minto de ha basiba ai mamang sa haja khrabani adu bo opposition bench ki member ngam bi ko matam da ko gi BJP government adu ko masai ki opportunity thiba adu masai kana bo thiba adu adu base soro ngam bi ko si yam le ba thibani Honorable Speaker ai ko gi lebin dai ba kang fur khudin ma shisana la hin gi ha ba ta ga di amasung idea of Manipur su nga ka thang gi ha ba ta ga di Masing tingam na thugak liba mana pam ba mabing thonjinduna adung ba civil society organization singa se akoi control to bam thaksangi hai basi control to bagi power to akoi legitimate authority leiba legitimate power leiba hai badi ain ne yawa power akoi mayam na khanri ba adung ba sarkar government aduna nga ka doi bida masu control to budoi bani adu khakta da akoi ingta pa shanti leiba adung ba idea of Manipur bo nga pungam budoi bani Honorable Speaker adu ngasi motion se yam chungmana maram oibana house ke floor legi pass to view Thank you.
Aduna hoje speaker ki role hai. Hoje ke motion ase ke bahut log na bata raha hai thong thinjin bero maqam da bachang bero except honorable judges ahum natana lebeli ba tanbili ba puna maku ase ke assembly se ke house ke member ne na longja raka ase ke topic ase da yan ba Kamuna, Chona Haruda, the motion say I, and the Kamuna Parliament, the only court, the terror of the Harutia. And those the topic of Chibu, and the Kamuna, I, Jai, satisfied or the other American Karumba, how would you manage the raise of the hands, put up the Aduna. When I think committee people in church, so I shall not baby off. Ali, Mayamda was on the share, Nasita, Riba share, Karino, Habido, second contact, can be Napa. The fracture idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. Only by the government. I go on only by the government. Machui Taraba, Manipur idea, share, function, the gate of the machine, Katana, and the name of the court. Lagang the token, I have on the top. My Amchipata, we are going to Taraba. Langa Katana and the Amaro, Langa Katana, the Yaro. 하이브는 보이시 내가 여기서 시야로 내가 너도 시야로 많이 닦아내 가지고 오랜만에 공부시에 나오고 하이브 갑자기가 파스를 하는 대자로니 아두는 잡아 오만시나 나바 이것이나 나는 그것이 없다 오랜만에 베이비 바 바티코나 만나 신의 중간이 하이브의 모두 넘치게 아두는 세컨 컨트랙트 같은 뭐 también haciendo posible se me da como el resultado अच्छा ओके मतलब शाना Kalau nak enak, hai berkanda, Minister hai sudah betul lah hai sudah, betul lah, lalu nak hai dia, oh paling, macam kaya, Minister tu hanya hai dia, sudah, mana hai kita bersih, the fracture idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government, Manipur di luar dah hai berkena. Macam itu apa? Ada Manipur function bagi program nasional atau negara Haiba masalah sudah berkangguna, yang ini berkangguna, yang ini yang tadi. Yang ini. Aduh kan? Macam itu apa? Ada Manipur function bagi program nasional atau negara yang ini harus yang ini tadi. Hai, kayak apa? Aduh voice na yaad hai. I'm not satisfied with the resume of the hand store. See, but I'm not going to have a totally about top of the channel about Hatagi. But again, highly promotion chair. I want to hide the truth. Virtual idea of Manipur can be resolved only by the government. Yanimashina could get to the view. Yang bahan itu, government kata tu tahu ni sih. Varian kata tu. Aduh kan hari ba macam saya, sekarang kata tu tahu betul ni sih. Yang ini betul betul sangat piau. As macam yang ini tu mana hele na logo tare. Kalau kita hai macam cunde, sekarang kalau kita cunde habit macam ni hari pun macam saya macam pastor macam saya kalau ini macam ni apa, macam saya macam ni hai pastor hai tu. Ada macam kira organisasi sekarang kalau kita hai tu macam ni ada sahau susina reject tore semua, ambil Ada soalnya mana amam ini terhadi kata, ada soalnya amam ini terhadi kata, ini amam terhadi sapam ini terhadi kan.
Ini dia tu warna tak ni aja pak. Ha. Tahu.
Many other Yabri, Yabri, all Manipur, all Manipur Muslim Association, Students Organization, AMMSO. Hana dagi situm pun bapa ikhtias mereka pun lega lagi organised ni. Aduna nasi kisah ba state level debating competition sidai da tim biru ba pai pun aku kurum jari maru yang nasi speaker oi biki ba kai kumazari ba senior advocate kai mani yang tiada hire bani na sagi nasi yang nungai ba se speak kai do masing yang ba se competitor masing yang ba House member masing yang masih masih appreciate tahu we, hai na, hamil tu thamzani ni, aduga loina na, ngasi
debating competitions laida saruk yabiram ba khai puno mo han bada thagat phongdok sari Manipur da wakhan khan bami ke yamna laili bage aduga Manipur gi maram da kari khalli bage habasi debating competitions na masina put lebani maram di state level gi competition ni na state level gi competitions da yaw bala isi wakhan khalla da kai mo khara nainarga lakpanina masi madi achoba afaba khongthang amani aduna AMMSO na sigi thabak ma sumai sinbi baje mathang su leptona dum sinbi state level gi thabak ma sumai na chatharak baje aduga mapung oina debater yam angang oiba debater aduga naha oiba debater sing thorak baje sijima yam encourage tamni maram di kaino hakanda lei thaba mi amana achoba lei sinate mana yam pami se marudagi hullaga horappada ngaireba lei sing pami sing yengado madune akoina oza moina akoina yengjari su yam phagraba mi sing dunate phagala iba mayam sing thorappa sing do moina maka hanna hum launa chauna sapja
kamera na amaga mari kali ne wande tham
naha habadi class 5 6 ki anga thora ka moina tem torappa se si maga ayam khazana thaga chaninge aduna makha tana fazana khona hanbiu afaba ngang adum puthokda khoshumate adum pangjage aduga debate kida ngasi debate kida mapung oina argument debate habasi all about argument habasi position ama haigani position je Manipur lenga na yaroi haibama Manipur lenga na yani haibani adubu sigi position je chumme haina bokona matamda madu praman mayam ama evidence mayam ama piba machangi aduna aina khanba miyamna khanba mayamna di khanna leidaba wa mayam jing kusalaga ngangba matamda madu afaba debater ama oiroi anauba kari leirige haibase anauba evidence kari leiri haibase puraga laaga maduda neinagadabani aduna debata makok mathang taba haibadudi mapungena ekhoina ngasido mayam punna chuloi khambira mani ngani ba wafum aduda content se ke yam yaw ke haibase content ta ma ni funi aduga ngani badu kayam phasana karam lon phasana ngang bado adugi ma kunthani aduga ngang thora ibagi mo mato magi mo mato sing tudaida ma kunthani aduna sigi mark samana sarpanina kana gumba debaters na ayam phasana ngang ki adugo ai position yawrakte si haina khanba ya adugo kuziki hariba mark location sim munna debate yawdri da munna khangada bani aina phasana ngang taragasu ai content yam pharagasu aina ngang bada ya gidragadi aduda su handar kani aina delivery yam pharagasu ai content tudaida 40 marks da handar garagadi ai handana ba mi mafam mo hoy aduna ahum je punna puraga chapang number debater dunani ai position launa rakadoidi aduna position ge di usi high ba tudaida dum laani debater ayamba loina di loin phasana di ngangi adugo asoi ba khara su sum high ba madar leibanina akoigi evidence haiba tare aduga ekoida khalli bo wakhandu badang pithopa idea ge level da dum naina boina tawi evidence kara puthopa masangi mabumoina point ani khatang thamjage fuziki magi debaters sina thamapa point phazaba point sing staida manufacture Manipur haisima adum yamna masda mabumoina focus tamno khanai adu Manipur gi wakhan Manipur haibase already kai grabarana tragana kai gi fibam da leibra haibase amtanga kuthana yeba masu darkar le di sida hairi si kai rabra ata kai hairabra natraga kai gi fibam da leile haibra kai ri si sumira sumira samtang opposition gi su aduga treasury gi su masi se naina ba ma darkar ko brang khale aduga atopa amana government ki legitimacy si yam kana pukhale opposition gi bench gi su kan gi treasury bench gi su aduga opposition bench gi su aduna chumme government ki position government ki legitimacy se asagi social contract theory de gi horaga law ki hof ki aduga rusu gi sigi mayam sing se loina puraga magi basis ama thina ba khonare aduna government ki responsibility haibadu governmental life liberty aduga property protect by basi government ki responsibility na haibasi masigi foundation sidai da noina puraga chatna ba khonare aduga government haibase honga iba khuziki honga iba masak sidadi madugi power du leiraga su power du kramaina sizina kadagi haibadudi constitution ama leibanina power se aimon da pire haduno ju government ma apang mung tam sizina ba yaroi constitution haiduna limit tawraga kari karam bathau pangthok da ge government da pire ba limit leisinga kari no haina aduda amuk kumdharak ba mansange aduna ani si yenga ko matamda debater kharana constitution ki 371C se state sida empower tawira na traga state se mapangan sonda halira aduna si yenga ko matamda 371C gi aroi ba akoi gi sentence ma yenga matamda yoksal latre sentence da hairang bani Central Executive na State Government direction piba yai karam bamatamda hill areas ka mari leinaba administration ta bamatamda direction piba yai haiba pangal lama hapong ganeba hill areas committee siam ka kinate kumdhar aidi legitimacy thangro legitimacy leiraba government to karmana function ta kada ke hidi constitution da iraga pi ganeba limited government ma tawninga to bya roya aduna sigi 371C do parko matamda 365 amu pa gadabani 365 par kadu si kema kanda president na piba direction se electraba matamda di state government to constitution ki matung ina laiba ngak tre haina logani haina hairapani na masai pire iba direction do madu 365 ko loina na paraga adu da di 356 la ga president rule bo la ba ya bagi akoi limitation mayam ama leireba government state da chumi government se si mayek singde central government la state government la karam ro mayek singde puthore e phaja phaja report mayam puthore ba adubu state government ki wena di buzik haiba limitation do aduna fracture se government tuna buzik atuki fracture to bagi rules mayam leira kan di government na buzik haiba poto bypass to ga chat pangam gadra government se ma matam di constitution paira go wasa ni constitution gi matung da ai lebang ani aduga sigi wang dai kem chalo ro haina aduga constitution ni provision manung da 371C gi last akoi perado aduga 365 ka ani du parak matam da di government tuna adugi wang da chat pangam gadra wasa ko matam da di ai adu nga aga chat ni na wasa khram ni as long as constitution to sentok trigai di ai adu dum ilaga sat ta ba aduna poti phaja phaja ba argument mayam ma sagala e sidi aina noina kumdhar pa yai haina khanba area duni ko khara hena kumdhar pa ya ba mafam khara lai ai nate noi mayam debater mayam na hair person to tara kanda I want to feel to ko ne mai sidi argument sidi sima khali sumaina sanghar agadi hena mafum phaba argument ma sagala kani ana hai aduna debate have say critical thinking ni critical thinking da kali no hai di phai maru di problem mayam loi hai baduna ti maru oi di critical thinking da di problem mayam di ko chu loi oi mi puna mi na ko loi ta bani na hanjan hai bado ko du ta bado ta ba di mi puna na ta banu ai te ba anong ko ko hai badi solution karai da lai ga de na thi ba ki process to ne aduna Harigai di yang harigai di debate ngang ko matamda ang tian ba matamda mini ama na traga ani gum basai da hai oi ba ya solution gum ma si to ga di chung bani kan hai ba ama pi ba se si critical thinking ki part amani aduna debate hai ba se isa ki personality development ka ki wa na tana critical thinking aduga loina ba khiram puding makta kana ba ngatane adu si ki wafam khara se ko ki Manipur ki baram da ngang ga di sang ngang ba ya ba ngatane adubu ngasi di matam se am tien bani na masagi sinbilang biliba akogi all Manipur Muslim students organization gi egi nausing aduga sigi debate yaw si haida aimonda matam khara tibira kogi damata aduga patun habira pa sigi damata I tawimel khangba aduga thaga ko phongdok sari ana tibiribo khai puno ko si hairaga dum khurunjari
Lengsin loiba pai puno po han bamakta da kong no ne kai kun no chari loina na ngasigi speaker ki pampam lang lengsin ni ba kai kun nazari ba mingwai na hangkat chara bada khaidem mani larne ka pocket aduga maruina ngasigi debate sida saruk ya khiba ko gi debater sing kuduma han bamakta da ko gi thagat pa phongdok sari taseng badi ngasigi debate ki kano si uraganda yamna mamangai ki haitare koina satra go ni gi am kaksum tentang na thamjam ga made 1990 ga sapen gumboy ram gane Jain Dance Academy da koi su satra go ni matam da maduda debate ma ka pangthoki masi saurang mi sa ma go humja gumba participant masing ja aduna Pulau debaters yang jenang ngang berwarakan dan numitang ki pungta makai trama tuh itu tay. Ani aku berbreng lawi matam tu ki speaker do aku ki lagi kita berlai apa advocate aku ki kano anthem dalam ni nungai punya. Asuki mati nungai ba debate ni atau madu ki tu torokan dan ngasih kisi rokan dan nungsi bahai tay. Aku ki Manipur ki apa ki asasi mangdri Manipur ki asasi lay di kaya kan ba maram di kaya noda aku ki kosa dilen da soai di gitu ne aku ki Manipur ki damakta kan ba naharo Manipur ki daga kan ba mioi sing se kaya am lay ki si debate ki competition ji urakan sida mesti ki post de aku ni he nungai je ba pau bai ta aduna aku ki debate si amaru oi mesti in all respect masih wazawai badoi bayai natraga any profession da adum masih matang puding magta darkar lai raga ba social scientist oi bayai natraga pagi any politician oi bayai any field da debater mo ina horak bai bese debater mo oi bai bese suki mati apagi maru oi bai ta ale even debate si yaw bangam dra bogda tangai padana di ta ga da bani tara kanji da kramai no wakal khalli kramai no wangangi we are all under the banner of the democracy aiba yamna phazaba chatnabi amagi manung da laiba akoida haining bawasi yamna macha khaina haiba gi chatnabi ama leiba se masiki manung sida leibanina akoida karigumba problem ama crisis ama thorok matam sida akoida haining bawase mari yam chumna haiba convince over adoi adoi sida la akan sida ni koi ki problems sing issues sing ji solve to ya na bagi koi ki way ma ka he ko ni aduna ni koi na debate ka to gise aduna masigi da makta ngasigi debate system bi ba all Manipur Muslim student organization se amukan na ngam kai ni tna thar chari loina na ngasigi debater sing se yamna well perform ni moina hiding iwa singdu masa khaina haiba ngamnana ba yum the practice to hai se koina adu use aduga karigum matamda akogi opposer su manba sometimes treasury ki size wa pet manba sigi dilemma ma pet ku bagi pot kharaso dum ui masigi posi yari kai akogi yamna line si clear cut aigi lepam du chana lepaga maduda sagali ko pointing do mari chumna haiba haibagi kainoma kapti darkar le aduna diversity tasena content to yamna chummene lawro bawda presentation to the somehow karabai de no ma kitang nungai tragati madu su mugla aduna akoigi debate to diversity akoigi thori ji lin ji thori ni gaina maduki argument to the sagalaga thori ju lin wen bangamba lin du su thori wen bangamba gi situation nama proposition mayam ma sagatpa heiba ma kaksange masigi policy heiba ma tamdani aduga then adugi proposition mayam jindu sagalaga du da ngasai koi oza dilip naibi ki ba ngasai ki conclusion nama from opposition ite whatever so natraga treasury do daraga so ngasai ki conclusion nama piba I was there yam tanai pade masi wera kandani magi argument se justify to be na koi na khanga do is madu thori do lin ya ga so argument to piba tare lin do thori na ga so argument to piba tare madu pira ka do conclusion na mana establish to ka ne ba madu ki conclusion to ye ka kandani ba koi na masi ki debaters sing si ya debaters ya mature way na koi establish to do is aduna masih debater sing no masih yang section liba aduga masih posak sima thambi ba ma darkar lai aduga masih topic sida laksar kan sida ekoi the fracture idea of Manipur can be resolved by the government machoi tarba idea of Manipur punsin bagi thokdang si lenga khaktan ngamgani masih ekoi side longer kan sida tongan ba ko field tongan ba site long ra ga sa ngang ba ya ba ngak tani
Maramdi karigino hara kanda government kaktana sodum ngambe at the same time people na sumambe maramdi ani is two side of the same coin way government ga people ga se aduna aikoina section ni yenga to isi karino hara kanda aikoina Manipur da sigi posit thamma kan da aikoina Manipur da election to ta base masi ayamana maram di kari gin hai kanda ai wapam bum ka tamjage ai koi misam praja jing di ai koi hingna bona bada ai gi family sustain dona bona matam da ai gi profession du da ai gi satisfaction ai gi pi ga dori ba mayam jing tu pi ra kan ji da adagi sigi mayam jing ji mai ma gi koi gi citizen jing ji mai ma gi hingna ba lambi mai ma gi save to na ba gi hona ra pu matam ji da ai koi government akoi gi aikogi state sigi kaino se koi he kawe masi kaw thop se masi yam human over pone mandi kaino da aikoi Manipur gi maramda khallu bungam de ai ni hingna bala na ko matum sa masi it is a very much human masi human over picture am khangai ba masi gi pose thokna na gi da makta sahi manga be ba representative am khalle kari no ara kan da sahi manga da khal do ri ba missing se masina states ki all sole responsibility se moil koi ga doi bani legislation jingi magi rules se ma ga doi bani izubi tor ga doi everything tor ga doi bani ba masigi process ko na niom sumna ekoi gi MLA mantri mayam sing che MLA representative mayam sing che niom sumna kan ga di ai koi na leiba ki tabta kan ga do budo moi de khalan bang ngam ga do mi ju da leiba ki representative poi ga ti ngasi ki thak se masi jorum da bu ye aduna ai koi election na se asuki mat maru oi ba aduna ni ai koi na ai ai na matam sang na election to rok tre Manipur se na haijaris aduga yam tasing mai kan na ngasi ki flexa to rok na bagi acho ko maram ma di we are the state of Manipur is a 30 more than 30s hai tare tribes mayam china composite of report amani aduna mai magi social ego jingsi ekoi gi thongna masigi social ego ji ekoi gi sapun do ba thogal la kan do da magi na thogla ga ti kasagi masigi posi asuki mati khutong thi ba aduna masigi matang sidani ekoi gi CSO singina well organized or kan da sopun do ba kitang ekoi gi kitang kai noi ta ekoi gi name down hai ta masigi pot mayam singji masigi role si CSO singji role ni aduna masigi pose CSO singji pose su leita banate masigi matang sida aduna yamaru ri bati masigi khudimak singji maroi ba posaka bati kai noi kan da believe is thaza vibes ngasi ai khoina ai khoi khudimak na ngasi di ai khoi mioi ba sa jati se mioi ba se chuki matik chokale ai khoi tha da ka ba ngame missile ka pa ngame khoi ni yo da ba ngam da ba mapam ta leitre na hai ba se masigi knowledge system se karai bi start to ge ai kan da it should be based on belief I quite believe I was the man to believe the young Gagati Masiki world impossible Nihata. In terms of religion, the young bureau, Adagi knowledge system do a bureau, any pilda believe I was the young Gagati. I quite Karikumbam to play it. Aduna knowledge I have a possible sigi, fighting a hand the basic things, basic terms I know I can. Beliefs in it. belief si out raga de koi kari gumbam ta lebe ate aduna akoi social cohesion ama social system ama yamna peacefully leige hai taragati ekoi leimin nari ba mayam jing se believing tong na ba darkar lai naga da bo tangful no bo ekoi ga saira kadra ne pura kadra ne to oi kai na thaja ba maitai na bo naga da kuki da phu kadra ne kai sigi pon mayam thaja na ra kan da ano bo manipur ma se be aga ne aduna ekoi soi dina ekoi gi believing is a masi is a must ekoi without believing is other ekoi peace amati normalcy is a impossible ni ai tare aduna knowledge gi matang da haisara kan se kitang pathong haisara kan da yahala ma matam da human civilization gi knowledge se ekoi karai gi hor ka kan da koi kuti mang loina khangna ro homni great to gi hore great to gi hora kan se da matam khara mi jing do nomadu ko pakari kra lai ni na masigi ekoi gi tradition na se mange great na sagasaram ba knowledge system na se mange masigi mangi gi ba poche masi kana gi thuda bu discover to ge hai kan da muslim jing gi thuda gi discover to ge muslim jing na madu gi tradition madu gi document me am jing do moi ta gi akoi gi human gi akoi gi pichri gi miyam jina muslim jati sidagi ekoi rediscover to go me aduna aina haisa ningi de kari no har kam da manipur da amaga thaja nadana leiri ba pose manipur gi pangal kunai na amukhanna ngasai gi world lowri ba muslim jing lowri ba adumai to dana ngasai gi believing gi keno se role si lopi ga pangal gi sio se su na lopi ga kan sida manipur gi kai thari na lowri ba kai tha ga lowri na lowri ba pose masi amukhanna masi gi belief system se amona sabat pidana manipur gi apun ba saktam da ekoi gi mating pang biu wai dana ai apel to jage masi gi damakta ekoi gi all manipur muslim organization gu mana chogo tai the lobby ra kan da ngasi gi koi gi kai thare mang thare ga hai ri ba pose masi sagat pada peaceful loi ba lambi da mapung pha ba manipur ma semgat pada mayam puna muna marui na pangal sina lo singa thotang lobby ra ti amuke na mapung pha ba lambi om da sangsen bang ngam ga na se ngasi gi koi gi sabha si dai thum jage opum se hai ga tension jari thank you
Sige, all Manipur Muslim Students Organization AMMSO na sinba state level habitai debating competition na sige. Kadang na thora masing mari le na special guest may mama yang biru na dipire. Halaman sing sadra naron. Kadang hendong na masige speaker ay nahanong tida. Kaya ko nazari, amasung salam tawzari. Political science ki wazama hoy bagi tanjaduga Manipuri macha mo hoy bagi amasung ngasigi juri do phamu bagi tanjaduga chupchin jaraga tentat na wahum khadang phangjabase ai yamna AMMSO na madugi tanjabi bibesigi damukta thagachari Manipur haiba ngasigi topics da yauri basi Manipur haiba si sovereignty yaudaba state amani Manipur haiba the population people government amadi territory ahum se masi fracture oi khabra haidana thino honabada idea da fracture oi do male Manipur di fracture oi dri haiba sima ngasigi debate gi competitors in a make shame at Hamre. Aduga fracture ki waham se Manipur ki existence of Manipur state se masigi existence da aikoi idea ma hana de laksa se masi fracture we higadra haidana anxiety amasung nainaba ki tanja se platform se da phasana puthokna rai na however so school ki life da leiba satrasing aduga concept phasana sidana rai Madusu mangdo ekoi juri ni na tentang na thambire ꯑꯩꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯟꯗꯕꯤꯗ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯥ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯒꯚꯔꯟꯃꯦꯟꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯐ꯭ꯔꯦꯛꯆꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯁꯣꯂꯤꯗꯥꯔꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯄꯥꯔꯠ ꯑꯍꯨꯝꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯀꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯠ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟꯒꯤ conclusion oirakani haidana ai thajaba phawi aduga aikhoigi manipur se diverse communities ngakani ethnic tasu community gi tonga tonga ma dharma jatpa singji diverse ne haibadi masak tonga tonga leba diverse mayam sina apunba manipuri samajam oirakpa kanda changi ba masak si akoina unity haibasi oigani unity yaudraba aduga diverse mayam sing se unity sing asidi khasi kharap marangba unity ke mahutta aidi taribal lamdam se tonga lage aidi taribal lamdam se administration tonga lage aduga manipur haibadu machet thukpagi machet enthoknabagi saktam do adi wakal polo paduni haidana lowing masigi fracture of ideas fracture ideas haise aduna aikoi da hojik yam tangai bidaba leiribasi unity lehindaba yadabasi karina unity purakadage haiba adu ngasigi competitors singsna khudol torame tabi ibising shodum idea yaubire aduga article 371 c se manipur gi apun bagi damakta pibani manipur machet taraga pokhinabagi shakti pibanati sai oza dilimnasu haibigre adugo Laliba constitutional structure amasung mandatory oiba government ke post ani se masi na manipur gi unity ki dama manipur gi solidarity ki dama manipur gi good governance ki dama lepo da bani have se ngasi gi debating competition da yam kan hai aduna aina subsan na sakta mama ye ke hairana khona jabada aina mayam da paudam janing se praja aikoi se government amasung state ani se karigum bada tongan uba ngamba karigum bada amato in usala ko yawai masima political science ki angle degidi law ki angle degidi tongan uba da government ka state ka diversification lai base mathau phajana tawgada bani habisi ngasi gi debate da yamai action na roina sadra naron kar senior oiba habitai college na university open so ganina her seniors in the sensibility adu gi lerega changsile masigi importance ase masigi AMMSO na sinba debate asina platform masi dai sida discussion to phang se this is very fortunate we are very lucky the main lawi adu patriotism have se AMMSO gi topic sida yokali adan patriotism hayo wafam sil akanda India da pak saurabi India da manipur na punma matamda madugi pen da ba historical antecedent le adum moina ma pundu na sapas da India gi idea of nation hayo concept da ai mati amdam hayo rashtra hayo concept se Indian nationalism da power structure domnabagi mang thai aduga Mahatma Gandhi amadi moderate kamuna India gi nationalism da nation haibase praja haibase na mang thaba aduga ki role lor ka doba madi gi praja gi apam badu pangthum kuduna idea of nation gi India gi lai wapam se Manipur da ngasi gi debate se pusale government khaktana haiba wahi sina rashtra through power matang swaida philosophy gi political science ki political philosophy to pusala gadi megai biligi praja gi ai phanaba purana gi damtadi upaya ma tawduna praja gi penana praja gi life property aduga state adugi property kanana gi damta nim thona violence to yai haibudo natraga any means pangthopa yai haibudo adugi saktam du yaroi haidana ngasi gi debate to madu katani yaroi praja gi siyawo do muni haiba akoi importance of praja in the concept of Indian nation adugi post sanctuary na hawo bisingina aduna wazawo be khona ngasa waza dilim haiba do sat leba leidu nataba mathang maru tharaga
Sala Kadori, but the Masa Padawagi, Adugi, Wakal the Lazy, what was I question? Masi the MCS, Bureaucrats, and Yoris. We are very happy. Honamatam the Pandam Pangas and Kiba, Mayams Upaganda, Adugi Matanda, Angang Mayams Kapaganda, the Manipur should be a bright future. The Manakasu Kale, Adu Asi Pandam Suese, Aduga, Tagi Warushinda, the same Hayabadi, Manipur say, fracture Waidaba, unity labor, Akhanda, undivided Waiba. I quite divide over Panzidi. Masi the Mok, Lepa, Amazon, Olweda, more inclusive Manipur, Haibadu. Madugi Punsi, Amazon Pandam, Madugi Manung de Himinaba, Punamo, Minerasi, Haidana, Hamjaraga, Wapam tension. Thank you.
Success with Neva, duty number 1, 2, 3. Now, Pazana, Sige from the team, Marina, to Mishumba, the Kanaba, and more with it. Now, the guy to do in Hajabado. They were to take was it the talk of the younger? Aduh, pipi wajar ni tu nak. Debate is the most important things in the present society. Debate yang tu ni himbang apa? Ising yang tu ni himbang apa tu? Aduguna debate yang tu na, discussion yang tu na, dialogue yang tu na, himbang ada. Boleh kau debate ni. Aduna cuma macam ada na, lepas debate nak ada ni, tragedy bench ruling party opposition. Main bisa coba kota petitioner ki complainant ki side, defendant ki or opponent ki side. Debate nanti tidak cuma boleh ada. Mahulan bani, ada dalam prosecution start. Nanti mahulan bani ada mana nanti coba mana kita ada. Sudah debate ki skill saya. Asyik canggih apa? Aduna bah, kalau ibu yang udah canggih, imam manum dah kerja kabar dah debate canggih. Imana yang asyik kabe, ibu canggih taraf ni, asyik kalau ni ahim bani kau orang, no, tangga saya cam taraf dia, ada dia orang, ini lah. Apa yang nak itu? Ada dia orang, kerana dia orang, ayat saya, ini tulis dia mau ahim bani ada. Ada yang macam mana saya presentasi terus bani. Ayat malam pilih akan dah, untuk kita conclusion dah kerja. Semua ayat sana ibu bani ada na. Kalau kita ada yang cakap hapu, ayat cama pun jadi biu ni semua. Ada yang melima, cam pun biu kan ayat kerja yang agak cama kerja lagi. This is debate. Ibu mana dah macam ni baru dikali. Ada yang aru. Mampu nantikan, mampu nantikan, mama jalan cahaya. Aduh kami tu siapa? Mulai yang ada, kalau baru ni kan option ada, nampak nak, no kan lupa tu itu ino, namun apa, amun ada macam ni naro, jaga mampu pasti awak tu. Aduh pasal itu, pasal kami dari mana? Naya betul, barang tolong panggil mau ada, pasal kita perlu kerja. Ada semua ni yang ada. Nabi koi besar tu ngai debate na koi tu. Permainan kau naruh doko, permainan dalam suara. Debate ni nang si ada, nang di seperti tu ya tidak ada macam macam ni. Adunya nakal dan macam sum mungkin ada. Lepas itu tu pun ada teko. Ada ni thamel ada, oh mari apa bagi tu ada. Ada dia ada. Aduh na debate ni important sih, nak lagi ada. Lepak Chamber Kotpa, Assembly to Kotpa, debate to the Chakatu, no Chamber Chapase, no Gika Kanani, Assembly Parliament, no Chamber to Rebuttal, Karkana, Karkana, mentioned by Neutrality, Karkana, Chamber, Chalaki, otherwise, Assembly say, no Chamber, no Kangarati, come and share with you. Institutional Homeland, Judiciary. Mungkin judges mayam masih di lo kami lain heboh ngakta na boy. Executive sisi guru kerja IAS, IPS na tangkai mo oleh anuga buat karpa popular government lapa do. Ada so IPS, IAS na puduri. Kalau heboh itu payah heboh mana berko MLS itu. Ada kita legislature deal. Lain itu saya jauh sebelum saya. Kerana itu aku ikut sahaja ni. Kuli samana kuli lising tarana magi representative pementar puyai, dongmi lah kami representative tar puyai, adu tu hai bani na, ekoi constitution saya, asal MLA MP representative lepas saya, jadi kolonga bersuara, dia oleh hai untuk berleraba, ngau teraba, ansam mandi oleh teraba, adu di MP MLA lepas. Asiki qualification saya, India rumah demokrasi cepat. Kita hanya tak bawa ada aku di capitalist country, Ibanina, capitalist demokrasi, Ibanina. Masih jadi ni kerana super gatopa, aku ini autocratic demokrasi mana. Saya Narendra Modi ji ni tahu je, autocratic mana super lerga. In his name, Modi ki guarantee apa? BJP na second na thambaga, Modi number one. Modi ne abadi, ate Modi ne abi matang na, Chief Minister puno maksya. Narendra ko BJP ke Chief Minister puno makna, koi BJP ki na higher oil. Modi ne abi bigi matang na, ito ini hai dolina. Sigi system che lam la kareba because capitalist system is. Masibu. Srimati Indira Gandhi na Nehru na Jawaharlal Nehru na Soviet Union के concept ने बदली socialistic pattern of society है ना पूरे यार socialist बढ़ाना तो pattern socialist की मौन लोग बनाया में इलाज तो बनी मसलन भी इंदिरा लाकर ना गाँव pattern यार socialist मत तो कदम नहीं ऐसा ना Rebuttal with the people of India having solemnly constituted to resolve to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular and democratic republic. Adu already socialist system though we pamper. Socialist hai wo karna the whole socialist not only for communist party khakina the Dr. AMMSO American socialist we the right to equality in Nigeria karna the socialist way na to human right da generation of this was a great drive edition. First generation blue light, second generation red light, third generation green light. Aduna Marx taking the war the soup, could Manabuki Kunayama, Hydropoda said the GDP Pulmana, dictatorship Leva, Karim Leva Natana, I am Homusi Lona Okonayaba, young widow of Naman. Aduna, alone became more on that, it could be our democracy, according to me, is based on corruption, bribery, nepotism. Democracy is anti-political. The capitalist style of democracy. High work system to the Japan. I did the fast past the post. Fast past the post had a PTP share. Machine electoral system to the Mayam chair Kiran Paiva to Katalawe. Somewhere with that migration contract, the electoral constituency Amada, Bitara, Reputation Manaka, and a majority higher. In that Loda, Suinche, a Koina, Maniputa, a Koimoto, Suikoimoto, Kanada, Past Master, Poison, one Past Master, we were a message of Topon. Adoguna, I could give that democracy, some Topon. nation that you get up on the Manipur. When I say I say, Manipur, I couldn't but I couldn't go home about how much the project. I think one of the things that she could wait for a job on top of my regulator. I don't mind now. I couldn't get democracy. I couldn't shock for the top. I couldn't know money. I don't realize of the moment. We listen to Harley, the dog, the Shimana, the majority need. I didn't know the Prime Minister or the children control the 1% of the whether we had a country to contain 1% of there. Make what the charm and the Fushi that what you not from Kai Buyok dinner. I believe from Aduna, Prime Minister waiting now. Other good system, I mean, I do the electoral system, sir, to proportional electoral system, proportional representation. I think the system that mean about that party no lepa, ideology no lepa, issue no lepa. Say Congress ke politicians si Tony, BJP ki si Tony, CPI ki si Tony, MPP ki si Tony. I got party to the Tadana. I saw what it was up by Mount Tadachi, told me like it had Mount Tadachi. I thought, meeting me with the Tandori. Ideology that is so that part is a lot of the they put Marhoom Hanif Shah later. Proportional representation, electing proportional electoral system. I don't make a port amount for Namatuna Tongan later. I don't have to get Manipur University fracture the oil. Secretary Rehabilitation Manipur. The solution to we are guided and say, I don't know the state amount, territorial integrity, I will share, population, because the same contract square kilometer travel. Masida, with the hyper population, big brother, the Rolori Balishim Taramana, share to the San Purga. On the other hand, cookie say Hainaba, the better than I cookie Punamako, the Jumi, cookie lament to him, the water cookie Punamate. I do highly Bahana, Lizerum by Pal Belly, the Tabalda, the Sempota, Lizerum Ba, 70%. I say, Adorabodi, the same Conitoy, Chahunga, Kunitariat, Panchava, population of Pomodoro, Madhuatama Lambia, Punisatan of fracture. Then population was Haichamu and the Miaure, population Shamamuka Chana 100. Then governance, single later had Ahana popular government. AMMSO cabinet minister Susanto Chatamande, Chatamande, Habito president will Chapay Azarasu, Panchando Cheng the Sasson Tabadona. Maramaduna. Land, Ura Kaire, population, Kaire, Machetare, governance, Machetare. I think the Tuan Bakamu Tankul Tawa Kamuda, Tankul Gilamato, Chambaya, Hagale, Namaki, Potamako, Nagagi, Haramatiki, Cookie, Haramatiki, Tankul Hatiki, way back to the Chambaka, away permission over them in Hagale. Punkai, Kai. Only low Himatuna, the Juriga, Purkai, Sparkle when it was a Kutare, lady, La Contraro, lady, Sasson lady city, Haiba, Abdi Kaidaba. But emotional integrity, territorial integrity, Abdi Kaigara, Kairaga, Hokai Kaiba Michel, Kaiba Matemateko, Condition Matia, Shin Mia, Dunani, Equina, Tuan, Purukuntama, how you say. Simon Kara Borokna Harabada, Mete, Pangan, Naga, Cookie, Harisha. Simon Kairos, I had my quoting. We are all Manipuris, that man divided as a high I will never go. I quoted particular A Samakidi. And then I come Amutene, Panama Amutene, Cookie, my Amutene, was cooking around to Pony, Mamino, Pamiatra. Other Baraco, Punamaka, Amotoina, Pulera, one next door. tawadawan wanne so tawwa do se asan ka sa le hai do angka law ko to ya ma thap ta to si ne yes to si law ko to ya ro ko ne bu kai be ya ro si alum law ai kai be ya ro da sung kai na ba na ga ni be sa na ga ni ku ki ko plan di adu ya mo ka indigenous ta me te ko na ga o nge ya de ga ta ta ma to do le le ba adu ai ko pon che le ga apa ba sa so na mo product na ba apa ba representative kan ba ngam na ba ko ya mo to na ba sani misha kan na ti ba ran ti to ba adu ba sakti masagi courageous oi ba stamina le ba constitution kan heti kan ba nam na kan da so ko advisor ma mo bu de le ni kan kan ba adu ba mari le ba mo chan ba प्रधानमंत्री जो है दिव्य डिस्कशन में है नीचे प्रधानमंत्री जी कंट्रो का है तो उन्होंने क्या जी तुम हाय हो जी ये जी फजरी में लड़कों ने कोई हाफ डे नॉट हिंदी तो तमिल जी फजर बपो ना बा अना हम मकों पे हो कि बात तो ना मो है हम लोग तो बे अतो ना तो बड़ा प्राइम मिनिस्टर का नमस्ते तो कर अबे ना फजर को वही होता ना तो ना नहीं तो चाहिए तो Manipur say lage kahai mo khando polo ba mama ngai da na Delhi da koi biren ga mano ga der pipi ga ta ura ga chatta to ko na to ga chapra pas pai una ba da to san tu da ni ma ka no sina to mo chan da ni sina pa cha na ma pai se ta ga ta pe le le ya ado da ni pas ma ai le da ko ado pas pai na as mo ko okay तो नंबर काम मुझे आई होते कि फिर जब हाईवे में मैं खलम दो माले मैं मोंग दो अभी तो अगर फिर क्या चाहिए अगर मणिपुर का हम बहुत पाम दे कनान अब कहीं क्या है नो कोई बात के काम को ले जाऊँ लाओरी सा नोई थी यानी तो ना तो फिर यानी दे अभी थी नोई से यानी दे ना तुम हाईवे ना मैं ना है जो कुछ चिंगम बरो आई की थी करे हाई जाए तेरे फिर कहे लो हाई के बना तो हाई में अभी तो मान है मैंने कह दिया तो कह दिया ऐसे हाई की तो नहीं हाई का दायित्व में हम जिस पहले लगा था तो रहेगा मसले इतना कुछ कम नहीं चाहिए हमारे से को थोड़ी सी करेंगे वो तब चंद्र ने तो भावया है पता है माँ को था का लोग सुनाते और लोग सुनाते माँ की लोंदा लोंदा लो इंग्लिश है बात हिंदी है बात तो खत्ते के नते को माँ की स्टाइल लीडरशिप को मतलब माँ अटेंशन तोड़ी बो वो तोड़ी बो तो पे कोई पे तो मैं यहाँ नहीं बा मागे वकालों मागे कुमा मागे खुले खुदिये अभी किस तरह से कोई लीडरशिप लोग बताए बा अदू तो ना मुक्त नहीं रहता हम जी कहाँ है तो जी यार लोग हैं को अदू उम्र को ये मेरे जीवन अदू ना तब अदू ना पॉलिटिक्स हो गया जी वो देख के है तो जी बांगान को तंग करते बनी बांगान को ऐसे शायद मुझे तो एक है तो ना अराई वो तो ना है भी वो रोमांटिक स्किल है कहते हैं communication skills hai ge jabani wangang bai ji mai ben sing mai apam to ip ge ha hai bang wangang to nate how to speak in public America da Britain da a complete public speaking courses in tamaga president prime minister ambassador na chi era India di wangang da tamna school ite onti to khara le ko onti to khara le anam shinda mapan to ke de chuma na hayo adu ba changi ha de chuma na hayo ozala padasi to uni ga hai khara adi communication skill le le adu ko di to ngam le to ko tam oya ba dana nam hai ta ba china phadi ke maru ina chief minister oi ba na cabinet minister ma na karma ni mangani pathat to mata prime minister da karma na hare ga yangani ai bi ching ngang ba hai bi ki shakti de lai ya ko ma ge chum ni ke khang ba hai ba ro khang ba adi ge hira bom da khang ba sanna aduna 그래서 거기서 숨 참고해도 왜 이렇게 가면 할 수 없는 모양이들 너무 참고해야 많이 지금 망도래래 나도는 상도로 그에 심하나 돌파 오는 공무원 student organization 돌파 어떤 부분을 서포트하기 아저는 김사수에서 Manipur Muslim girl student 유년에서 도래 아이 버전아 먹고 파는 것들 방이 아주가 로이나 gaiba kuna sida koi bhag tamilna koi khanna ba nona ba metai na ha panadi kana da indigenous autte habi ta kapong ta sauma ta ta ba ni kana hai bana to metai punama na hai bro hai bana te lo na hai bro indigenous bo lo na tan bro constitution da indigenous autte wange indigenous ke kana da hal ba so Here, by Batongan Bamong Handan. Indigenous service, Punama from the Sida Amato now. But you came at a day in the Sena Mupan, the Dakali Brani. Ah, Panandi, not the Bengali, not the Mati, or Mati, or the Shikari Dakali. We are all human beings. Even when it was that Chan Chan Chong in Monte Royal in Ponama, Sakari, the Harga, 1961, DPS, yeah, do. I think Mamma the Lake to them, lower the indigenous person. I know how they Sakari, people with the hiding indigenous person and hiding. Aduna, we couldn't walk Manana, Tinana, Leminasi, Manipur Panayotana, Metayana Puni, we are Manipur Naga, Nian Kandariva. Sing a chi out on a thing, we are Mate out on a motor. We are you were one of the leading members of the cookie in P. Yeah, sorry, I think the Chingam Nahava. I quite cookie at Hana pushing it home, Mate out on him, we are there. I look at Mate out on a cookie, we are there, but I'm at the lead. I didn't. Other than this, home on a cookies or the other to do what she did to do. And I have forgotten the day. Eh, I did talk about it. I don't know. She can't hide over before she I don't know. I don't know. But she was for the Shumba. I said, Lamata, Yavanama, I did a pop. And you know that the Kotan the gift. I have thought my Ampunama for the idea coming to the Secretary. I look at my Ampunama. And I thought, well, Sanu, I had a mercenary. Thank you. And I heard that. Che di house che di Loeta.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now we move to a very special point. Sir, yeah, sir. We move to a very special part of today's program, the presentation of appreciation tokens. I humbly request our respected President of AMMSO General Headquarters, MTS Ebok Mayung, to kindly come forward and present the tokens of appreciation. First, may I warmly invite our Honorable Speaker, Sir Kayam Mani, Senior Advocate, to please come up on stage and receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Next, I request our esteemed judge, Dr. Dilip Kumar Singh, to kindly come forward to receive their appreciation tokens. Thank you, sir. Next, I request our esteemed judges, Sir Mohand, Bilong Horebi College, to come forward to receive their appreciation tokens. Thank you, sir. Akoigi Judge Haidi Sir Abdul Hakim, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, DMU. DMU bu makatana program asi yauki ga daba oi bumaramna appreciation to kona si current program lo shila pai do ina pijara ge to marakta na break hakdang lo mina si duga replacement chama mung chasinjare to hakdang puna chamina si leader whose guidance still inspires our respected Dr. M.D. Hamidur Rahman, Associate Professor in the Department of Biotechnology, Manipur University, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, sir. I would like to request our respected Sir Sheikh Aslam Khan, Junior MCS Government of Manipur, to take the President Member chairs. Next, I would like to request our respected Sir Kulapam Abdul Hakim, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Manipur University, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request our respected Madam Dr. Shabina Hussain, Assistant Professor in the Department of Geography at Manipur University, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request our respected Dr. Mahmouda Nomjai, Assistant Professor at Ganapriya GP Women College in Import, Manipur, to take the President Member chairs. Next, I would like to request our respected Dr. Ravi Khan, Advocate High Court of Manipur, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, sir. I would like to request our respected MD Farid Khan Namjad, former President, AMMSO General Quarter, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, sir. Last but not least, I would like to request our respected Aribam Mangishana Sharma, childhood friend of former President Marhoom Hanif Shah, to take the President Member chairs. Thank you, sir. Program di makatsatsara po ina matanga si Dean linyan amadi bench presentation kita magta Women Executive Members Singbo Global Election Jury.
Kevin.
Program ke makha sa welcome address bibina bagi damakta Muhammad Shafiullah Finance Secretary AMMSO General Headquarters ko
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nasi doa ki thoram Marhoom Hanif Shah ki doa ki thoram masida nasi embira kiba halaman umnamak amadi nasi ki special guest das lengkhat kiba Professor MD Abdul Sattar Principal Lilong Honorary College, Dr. MD Hamidul Rahman, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Manipur University, Kulafam Abdul Hakim, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, DMU, Dr. Sabina Hussain, Associate Professor, Department of Geography, Manipur University, Dr. Mehmuda Nongyai, Assistant Professor, GP, Women College, MD Farid Khan Nongjai, former President AMMSO, GSQ, Haribam Mangi Sana Sharma, childhood friend, former President Marhoom Hanif Shah, Imtiaz Haibok Mayom, AMMSO General Headquarters President, Sheikh Aslam MCS, Junior MCS, Governmental Manipur, Maktada, Taram No Paga, Loinana, Sagar Pungdok Chari, Lengbi Kriba, Ahalaman, AMMSO Gi Jugitive, Organization, CSO Kumna Makusu, Taram No Paga Loinana, Nolukpa Kuchari Nasi Ekogi AMMSO ki function asibu Mapung Phan Bigani Haina Lembira Kiba Print and Electronics Media also Taram no Pagaloy na Ikop non Nolukuchari Asigi AMMSO ki Pamham Lang the Lengsin Bishaba Kumna Maku Amukahana AMMSO ki Mohot Sinjaraga Taram no Pagaloy na Ikop Nona Nolukuchari Asigi welcome address asi natang asida Assalamualaikum.
Sugang ni makachitara po ay naman ang asidiki na address to be the Magidamag Heads Distant Secretary General AMMSO GHQ Bukosinjari.
Assalamualaikum. Ahan mamaktada. May tamban na nagpinsin biliba. Kuy mango tusing biliba. Saburo kuno AMMSO advisor na kuy respected president. Mingoy na mo tamban na kaso kuno kuy kay kuno bosari. Loy na thoro masibo thawai happy ni haina mangal sin biliba. Lagi sino na kuti magbo kay kuno bosari. Kasi nga hay tanga AMMSO기 타박 따오름 구디막다 세나 까오기 부스가와 했다네 한다기 따오기바 한다기 그기 거의 respected 임티아스 마하기 리싱 마카데 거의나 타박 따오고 시다 거의 타박시 꺄뿐 따오게도 까오기 부스가와 말았다 떼딱된다 보고 탐사로기 AMMSO기 레이바 한다기 레이바 ngasi기 디베티 펑션에서 프로그램 시다 그러나 개노하이 간다 거의나 AMMSO기 레이바 프로테스트 tawbadri khangde abadri khangde khoina tawjakiba mayamse mayamna ngambi busi yawi chaibi busi yawi thagabi busi yawi loina AMMSO na tawba thabak khudi magda matien pangbirakpa kya amalai pangta bida wa tungan ngang kus kya amlai hai tare sigi magta clarify hoina betal hai jage ai koi work for gi protest taw khin na kham matema work for gi protest taw khim matamda ai koi yam kan no hona jakine ai AMMSO na yang wan hona jaki kana kumba kumbi amadagi koina single paisa koi niru basu leite hoi moina single de single ba ama mapirpa aduna mara aduda koi tasena deficit ko ta jaki koi leiba executive branch ki leiba Imphal West district amadi kasba Kaching district leiba ye ko branch pulla ponara kanda koina thabo kaya ma to jaki matamduda koi de wan bedo adogi tasena ha kanda ngasi lapiriba mayamsina awabado handoi haibado haijage sigi work fagi protest to bodo AMMSO na yamwan manajakibni adubu laibok phabadagi aikoigi dum mai ba bodu zum phanggi haitare loina aikoi AMMSO na ti thabak taw matamda aikoi position holder puthoge na ko satragi position holder aikoi puthoge nate position yauro khiba agang satra singda aikoi AMMSO na sala kanda aikoi moida asam khudun pira kanda aikoi moi singa tibu myam ni thabak taw gadamni haibne jingba moi singa da ko sala aikoi asam khudun pidana aikoi puning thoga chakibani loina andaki Manipur da di ising isau si yam kana toi rai tare ising isau to ho dai ko AMMSO si tumin lai ta bita mahiro aikoi ni yam wana bona jara kan ising kaifong da sala kan loi mak ti thumma ngamde adubu mafam da sala kan aikoi executive aikoi finance secretary na dijimba team ka sala kan aikoi thabuk yam to jakibani adubu loina si tanatana aikoi school fagadan si mission haiba aikoi ge aikoi president respected president imtiaz mahangna ama aikoi ga da haudo ko matamda kamai to hai kanda school la sida lega mise school mami today tasing ngasi makti pajaro ge tangai phadar kadi ai tasing na mathang jodom media da sula pudi lak sakhamne kamai ni to hai kanda school si laisalame school sida laige ne school si laiyama school sida phaglo na kha le rame kitchen ko na mise kitchen school gi kitchen thama mise anang singe kitchen thama mi ba school sida kai dor me hai kanda primary school sida moi gi kai dor me dukan jela bai ta sumaina mong ta naam le sigi sigi ang school si mam hitare haina AMMSO na sanggela ko khongsen da kamai to re kana nakan da gi myama wali sale thre pula ko ni khang da mo la ko ni khang de ai gi mini sita na bu kai na mo toy ba loi ya sumaina myamam lai school si adubu school la si ko ipini AMMSO na kamai to re kana school la si sumaina simsi noina bra la ga sa ki ba paisa myam do sigi singira puthokiro look the paisa pi ge kai na moi na tonga ba hai de ba paisa bi ga no school this minus bi na paisa moi da ipina budget se ma ge school this minus hin se ga tha ga kamai to hai kan da ai de du bi ni da gi ni ne ta ga school da du ma khan na ga gi lambi myam de program na maram moi kan de koi cha nang da ba exam na maram kan de cha pangam da ba kyam le sigi function la si doi ra kan de koi ji te se la ni myam su support da bi du gum basing da adu ga sing na ngasigi function bia ni lai da ba gi ngasi sinjari ba program asida mamoy na kitang wafam kitang thamjage taseng hara kanda AMMSO na thamlamba akhoi 4% reservation ase asigi sida kana base akhoi dem university sida akhoi handa piram deba sigi se khangdi khangaga bayam na kan aware ram da bhai tare sigi si handa kai LLM gi entrance thaba kanda ai khalak de handa de khanda matam akhoi claim tawe akhoi reservation sigi akhoi gi nom sat han bi professional course na ai LLM gi adubu ai phangaroi da bai si reservation nom sat la kanda phangi hai sigi yang wan hona ja ki bai tare si wan hona ja ki akhoi assistant registrar mem salima mahagna yang wan hona ja ki bc na kanda akhoi gi reservation si lai na haya kanda akhoi ai tamjo phangjo ai da de ba me to bo tam ho adaina tawra kanda akhoi gi AMMSO sida mapum imung da mafam da kana ba de loina phang hai tare tawtabu akhoi gi lekhida ba yama Marhoom Hanif Shah ma gi me da ni kana si phang da dong da wi ba si kan se mahang na ka thomi ba tawmi ba thaba khudi mak se akhoi ni sinthana ngai ngatani akhoi na len ma just ke da pira ga le ram ne hai tare si adubu tawtabu akhoi gi leiba akhoi sin naw sin sina akhoi ni he kaw thu ba se sidi kaw biganu yam hanipo matam su pada twa khabiu hai ba posi akhoi AMMSO gi sai gi no lung ni sing jari taw si da loi si khatan natana akhoi na handa hostel gi school pa eta hostel gi school mahairoi kham ga da ba hostel se da mahairoi na tab le akhoi na visit tore akan mo mong ne akhoi ni etik to thar sumai to raga makhan gi kya ma thaba akhoi da sathak dam na te matam gi matung ina akhoi ahan sing na akhoi gi leile advisor si sing sina akhoi bu phajana guide to bi ra kan da akhoi mafam sa hana ba dum simbi hai da re du isudi AMMSO di ngasi ko kari go mama ko compromise to go da ba leite kari go mas simple point sam na ka pasabi ra ka leigani hai ba gi kan seba mindset ta mi goi ba phla da gi he akhoi na uba phangi adu gi ta sing na hai kan da media gi thong da gi ai haijari adugi wafam do thambiganu mind set up tobiganu kana bo phangmai ha do haijari kaigino hai kanda yamba hanifna kathu khiba mapun sido akhoi da su sab sana adugi spirit to laijari hai bo se akhoi miyam da thamjari si singare kanda akhoi moreda yum mai jak bidu da akhoi da se na kanda akhoi yamba jawbi bhangna akhoi da saga kusin da birakanda mori AMMSO gi mingda moreda salakanda mayam gi mating gi supa jo phande support lai be khoi AMMSO da support sumai na mayam loina mak na tu khar ga pasna maram kanda akhoi da yam nungai ba phawjai sida na kana ngasi gi ai mayam matam san lojaro ge wa di haining ba kaum nei atare mate poina mani ka ta haijaram ge akhoi ngasi sinda ba painting competition akhoi debate competition sida akhoi be hanif ki ming da lai khida ba Marhoom Hanif ki ming da akhoi ne sinda ba se ma ki tawrami ba thabak to maktam chupala ba akhoi gi lai ba Manipur khunai da XYZ particular not any community da loina makta loina ni sing ngai da mahang ni sing lai ba maram ra ka da ma ki maming lai ba maram ka da akhoi khunai sakhat ka ni hai tare ma ki maming da akhoi ni AMMSO na ngam ja ba khra ahan da painting competition tawe painting competition tau kan da painting competition maha ki tau jagre tau matung de result to be adi matung da maha ki maming dai koi maths competition am tawe koi branch na tau kan da maha ki so mai lai gre debate ngasi series ni Manipur khunai ni Manipur miam gi apun ba gi ni sigi sing khak ke sagala kan da akhoi na da ki sigi sinjabani loi na akhoi gi yamba Marhoom Hanif Shah gi maha ki cover do mongpham do maha to het yeng bada phajada ba hai tare kana gumba XYZ ato ba dor madi muti sadna ma tawdana doi taw ma damne taseng har kan da duma so haijade maha ki nunga ma akhoi handa thamje ba kana na akhoi yamba aslam junior MCS mahang na working president maha ke mama ki former working president ni mahang na kathu bi rakanda mafam ma da leiba khada na maram cha da na khale rami leiba khare hoji nunga je khile makha tara ba da sumha ki thaba thorom khudi mak maha ki deiba kamar sida kan simjeng ga da khra lai hai tare mayam na suma mating bang biu loi na maha ki baming da suma sidama su lai jai si gi sim jo mayam na yam ba hanit na torom bi ba thaba khudi mak to khangbi boina akhoi gi imung da di loi na kana ba sin lau khabani reservation gi thong da lau khaba sida akhoi de gi su ka thopam ga loi na akhoi thaba si tawin na si hai bo to miyam da thamjari loi taseng na ha kan da wangan su ka ai si ka tang mong ta da ne do myam nga pi ga ni तसेना आई मतंग असिदा ngang hi soi kyu ngang lang kyu yaw su myam na ngak piu hai ba sim myam hai jar ga tin se thank you
Thang tarakwa sige program sige khwaidagi maru oiriba takak tuni hai darga Duagi program duai thoram ase pathok benabagi tamakta ikai khumnabani matik jaraba MB Habibur Rahman brother of former president Marhoom Hanif Shah Kosanjari
Assalamualaikum. With price distribution, thoron masing mai lenana. Nasi all Manipur Muslim Student Organization AMMSO na simbiduna yana jinglim ngai waraba function asida saruk jabiriba ajinma matam kaya bung na thai biraga anabadagi amadi arabadagi limbiraliba aduga ngasigina sabagi laite moibiriba das ke pafam langi nixin biriba hendok thoidona ikai khumnabagi masak waraba nuksijaraba ozasing loiloinena mangda lingsin biriba ire imana pasing khataba isainau sing loiloinena maibel sing semizon khai punamako nasi asigumnaba yamna tangna phangba program asida yese brother moina Hanif Shah gi duagi thoram asida akoi khudimagna mahaki mathakta leikidraba ina osigi thawaina yamna nuaina yamna chingna lemna leinina bagi damakta mapuda pyar tawjabagi tanjama phangbase yamna lebak phabani adugaloina masigi damakta sinbi lamiriba endok thodona kai khumna jebe isai nause samnara da AMMSO gi hairoi khudimako han thaga jaba phongdok jari ngasi inaw pa sina miyam gi damakta tawramba gathonglamba yamna nahaoina lai tamna miyam gi damakta khunaya sigi damakta yes Manipur ki damakta society sida punna lemina batargadi punna sokhan lemina ta yadi habigi panna madu galoina na leijaba khudima kathoklam laga ngasidi mahana thamlamba 4% aikoi miwe bigi martagi kayaman kana phangli adugo inaw sigi damakta ngasi miyamna dua tawbiba amadi yagi matamna mahapuni singbi haibase kaurangadu sumande adu kausu kahoningde madu kaubidana nabagi damakta ngasi mahaki maya pamoina yamna thablaba jaga amadi lalaga mi amda ina request tawjari masi matang punimakta koi wakhan thamidasi adu loilana aikoi gi AMMSO gi hojuji thabak tawiriba yangjut singa singsina tawriba thabak thang khudimakta aikoi sojok bibiba haibesa koi wakhan thamidase aduna ai matam si am sang lau jaro ai gidi dua tau bahai bagi maksud tu ni dua lagi pandam dai kakak saya pun ni aduh mayam bamoina miam na nuksibi ba do matam sang nuksibi na bagi tamakta amadi mahana pun bathabak thang khudima bahut silaga tawbi ni khudima se inaw maktuni hai na khalaga matam pum matam ha ke khan thabi hai se miam dai request ni adu dause ai khoi Muslim sing na sing gidamak tadi asing mapu da thoni jam ki tanja sida he na mapu na pabi na bagidama mapu ni he na harau jab hai badu point na bagidama ai koi dua sing mamang da ai mapu de ni jitri ngai mamang china kari bakra sole madu koi muslim na sing gidamak tadi sol bin na bagidama tai madu musuhai dari ha surai fatiha mo sole se Surah Ikhlas Qul Sharif ahumla solasi aduga Darud Sharif ahumla solasi aduga ai nusi jaraba koi baitel sinausi ngat tumin na labiraga haiba iras koi sarv gamine saiba sunre singde آمين اللهم آمين الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على خير خلقه محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين اللهم إني أسألك الجنة ونعوذ بك من النار اللهم إني أسألك الجنة ونعوذ بك من النار رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا اللهم اغفر لي ولوالدي ولمن توالد ولجميع المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك مجيب الدعوات Parodigar nasib to laga jammat banda khoina nahaki thoi bedarbar da khud thangalaga faryad tawzari aikhoi gi dua se nahna latna baletna qabul tawbiu e mola e rabbi karim aikhoi khudimangna amam bada angan bada lorna phongna khangdana tawkiba apikba soba guna khudima nahaki rahman chamthopi mola karim Rabbi Karim, koi khudima nahang na thambigi hai na khali matam adu fawa nahak ki namin galwena na thambiyo e maula ai koi Manipur sida leiriba yati khudima yam na nuai na english jingna mahosa gi punsi amugumna hana sunaba yaudana amato ba wakhan galwena na santi leiba tangdu letaba adumba yam sakop Manipur hai badu gi manungda Aku ikut makku panggan thona puno foto laga amu to yo wakal aduda ya Allah nahana Manipur kansi or chapal se hai besigi maksad ta so aku na ki na fam da nijari aku gi dua san hana kabul to bi mulai karim ya Allah ngasi aku gi rete gi han khawa aku gi inaun pa Hanif Shah ma ki thawaina yamna nungaina leina na bagi damakta ngasi prayer to gi tanjama Lau jargan ha ke nafam da nijari ba asibu sunha na kabul tawbiyo ya Rabbi Karim mahangna tawram ba thabak tharum khudi makta awat paler ba tar basu henjan ba ke ya ke ba tar basu madu khoi mak na maaf tawbi mola ya Allah maha ke mo sinjaraga ngasi yam nusi jaraba mahiro sing habi satra sing asina Manipur khunaya sikita makta sakhan ba ke lambenda amato aiba Mor amma galwena ngasi hon jariba mokoi thabak tharum khudi maktan hakim mai kai degi le paletan mating to bi molai karim ya Allah ai koi khudi ma na hakim mai kai da pusal lake khalak patanja do jesu na hakim namin galwena na iman ge halata khatima hinwi ya Allah nijari badwa se nabi karim sallallahu alaihi wasallam ke tufeli ke qabul to bi loi na ngasi mahaki mu manungda mating kaya to biro liba ichini naw ka pun mo pusu hakim mai ke dagi azri azin matik cha na pina biu e maula masigi wakham masi hajarga na hakina kham dagi dua tension derge rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim subhana rabbika rabbil izzati ma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamu alaikum.
Program di Barat Tepoida Marhoom Hanif Shah gi mungmanung habdi MB Habibur Rahman amadi Jalal Bong stage sakalekan pinaba ko sinjari amadi lengyan fi amadi page presentation ke damak executive members turning sinjari lengyan fi amadi page presentation ke damak Secretary General ki AMMSO General Headquarter ke Secretary General ki thopu piriba ke H Joseph Boko Sinjari. Thank you. Makatara po City. Makada Lincoln Biriba AMMSO gi well-wisher amadi advisor ex President ex AMMSO GS kuding magpo lengyan fi kudul tabi na bagi damagda women executive members singbo kanganjari amadi kay kum napatamatik jaraba AMMSO gi thaw pubira ba kuding magpo miku karatang lepkat pinaba kanganjari. Safir Rahman, the editor is Ichel News Network, Pusulang and Prima Debate, si Lobby na bagita bakta Kotosari. Mohammed Safir Rahman, editor, Ichel News Network po, dengan Prima Debate, si Lobby na bagita bakta Kotosari. Thank you. Makatutara po si invitees maram tagi bungang lo bina pagita magjo MD Aulad Khan, ex-president and founder president AMMSO headquarter Boko Secretary.
Assalamualaikum. Ngasi laikhidraba ai nungsijaraba matam amagi AMMSO gi ani suba president so ebiramba aduga ahanba vice president so ebiramba ai maru Hanif Shah gi duwa to gi thoram masida president gi phambam langda lengsin biriba thodo do ne kai khumnajariba lilo harbi college ki principal so ebiriba Oza Sadar, Loine Noza Amidur Rahman, I now AMMSO Gisu, President Loibiramba, Inao MCS Aslam, Loinana, Yamba, Rabi Khan, Loinana, I Marhoom Hanif Shah, Loine Biramba, Mahaki Silent friend, Loinana, AMMSO ex-president, Mohammad Farid Khan, Loinana, Isalani Busu, Ayahan, Makade Kai from the Busa Loinana, Nasi Yasum Duagi Tormasibu Mapung Pan, Gini Haiduna Limbi Riba, AMMSO ex executive ex members in Punuki Kai Kunabogalana, Tormasibu Todo and Dona Mapung Pan, Binabam Telling Biriba, Satra Sadi Punabusu, Ikai Kunabucha Bagalona, Ikomo Kurumjari. Tasing makidi mapamsi apogi duato bagi thoramni mapung oi bedi aduni adu bai tasing namaki ai marup tu ai le nara bawari bakatan ai yaptena thamjaram ge apogi all Manipur Muslim Students Organization AMMSO haibase akoi AMMSO haibasi AMMSO hoina leidringaida Manipur gi Muslim singi student organization sing mami panba pandava youth and students some खर पुंसी लगा कोई बात लेरमी तोगान बा है माई मागी कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट का सेम बसुम बसी लेरमी अदुबो आइना मतम अदुगी 2000 सिदा AMMSO की लिलोंग हाउरबी कॉलेज के जनरल सेक्रेटरी अमा ओइबा हाइबदी सुमनगी नुमित तरुकनी सुब नुमित सिदा AMMSO की प्रेसिडेंट ओइना वासक लोबनी अदुगा नुमित असिमक्तदा अखोगी जनरल सेक्रेटरी ओइबसिदा आइगी मरुप सलीम ngasi अखोई सिदा लेंगबी रही अदुगा महाक्सी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट दै खिद्रबा हनीफ शाह सिबुना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट नि मतम दुगी गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटिक्स की मासी अखोई इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट ओइना माक्सी रिप्रेजेंट तौरगा माना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सि ओइहनबनी अदु हाइरिबा एजुकेटिव से अखोई मतम दुगी अमुको की प्रेसिडेंट अखोई एडवोकेट जाकिर से महागना लुसिंगगा आइदि माकी केनो मखादा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सुमाइना सेमे अदु मसिना अखोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेमपगी वारीनी अदु सुमाइना लेमिनरपा अखोई सिंगसे पुल्लगा ngasi community sigi Manipur khunai gi matam du so koi loi da school college sing adagi matam du koi laile su ka hena quality laina haigadra hai bagi keno si laita ma ko sum pamdam tambam adagi masi kana ba ifang phangi phangde adagi khara handaba mapam adi keno rural area da lairiba sing maruina laile su tambagi changsi yam handarami masi pun maksi akhoi sing se matam du da satra singi मिहुइन लेरगा दा कोई पुन्न चेमिनरगा हनीफ शाह से मागी मुंगा कोई सोमो अमा लेरमबनी मसी मागी फैमिली सु मसी यावरी मयाम को यावरी लोय खांगमनी मसी अखोई सिना हेक्टा अखोई की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कैनु गारी गुमना तुम सिजिना खरबनी ममैदा अखोई की मतम दुगी सोमो गाइसी ngasi ममिंग लेतबगी वानी ममिंग यामना कैनु तौरिबा अमा खंगनी मसी हेक्टा अखोई सिना मयाम की थबक तौबसिदा तुम लबा मंगन जाम लबा पोसक से मसी हेक्टा अखोई लोसिलगा ममैदा लुपा लिसिंग कुथा मरी मंगाम सितखिबा माले आई वखननिगो मसी अदु माइ तौदना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की दमकता मोई की फैमिली से हादि लैखिद्रबा हनी की बाबा सिसु मासिजु ओजामनी अदुना हेक अखोइना लेबा की दमक तौबसे मोई फैमिली सिना अयन अपन याउदना कोऑपरेशन सि लोइना पीबीएबा अदुना मागी पुंसी सिदा तसेंगना मकी अल्लाह ना माई मराई बक्ता सुबाइना लै तेलु हाइना तंबगिनी अदुगा विजन से अखोइ मतम दु ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तौमिनारपदा करिगुंबा मा थबा मा तौसी हाइबा मतम मसिबु फंगदरा फंगोइदरा का हाइबा वफम से फंगद्रसु तोक्सी तौरगदि येंगसी हाइबा डिसीजन सिनेबा अदुननी आइना प्रेसिडेंट ओइबदा आइगी मरु कैनोगा सलीमगा वाइस अखोइ मतम दुगी लैखिद्रबा हनीफ सिगा अखोइ हुमसे फजना AMMSO की 10% अखोइ आहान डिमांड तौबसे 10% रिजर्वेशन पियो हाइबने मसी सुमाइना स्ट्रेटेजी मैम से मथम मथम सुम चंगसिलै अदुबु अखोइ स्टूडेंट यूनियन से मतम दुदा अखोइ सही अनि दा चेंजेस से तौबनिना आई मतम दुदा आई एजुकेटिव सिदगी आई तोबी अदु जनरल सेक्रेटरी ओइरिबा सलीम सिसु अखोइ नेक्स्ट दा अखोइ पिबा फम दौना अखोइ पाइसिलोइसी फजबा हिस्ट्री एम अखोइ मथम मथम एजुकेटिव सी आई प्रेसिडेंट ओइदना सुम लेसिनबा आई सेक्रेटरी ओइदना सुम लेसिनबसे मसी अखोइ दि अहुबनिना मसी मसक थोकपा पोसक अम ओइहनसी हाइरगा कैनो तौसी अखोइ तोकथोकसी अनोबा छात्र सिंगी कैनो सि लुचिंगबसे एजुकेटिव काउंसिल से खलसी हाइदना अखोइ लेमिनै तौबतो अखोइना मंगोदा प्रेशर तौबसी करिनो हाइब मतमदा प्रेसिडेंट सु वाइस प्रेसिडेंट सु नेक्स्ट की एजुकेटिव काउंसिल से द याउररोय हाइरे हाइदि आईएमएमसो आइगे मरुप सलीम से एजुकेटिव टू द याउररोय अनोबा सिंग हापने हागा अनोबा एजुकेटिव सिना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कर माइना दिल तौगनी हाइबा सि खंगोय अदुना मरुइना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट नंग प्रेसिडेंट ओइरो अदुगा अखोइगी जायपोंग निंथौनाइदगी अनुवार से मासी लाख खिद्रे मागी अना हाइदि मसा नुवाइतबा मदई लाक्तबनी हाइ मासिना जनरल सेक्रेटरी सि ओइरगा मखोइनी से प्रेसिडेंट सेक्रेटरी मखोइगी पेरत मतम सिदनेबा मणिपुर सिदे हेक्ता अचौबा इहौ मचंगसिलगा मतम दुगी गवर्नमेंट सिना अखोइगी मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी हाइदि पांगन कम्युनिटी सिदा करम्बा क्राइटेरिया सिंगल लेरिबनो हाइबसे सर्वे चलु अखोइसि रिजर्वेशन पीबा याब्रा यादाब्रा मसी यंगो हाइदा अम्बवा सिना असुमाइना मसी मदुगी टाटा सिंगसि कलेक्शन तौरकांदा याम थुना लोइसिलै अदुम लबा एनजीओ हाइगद्रा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दुना टाटा सि मुस्लिम की पांगन की स्टेटस सिंगसे कलेक्शन तौबिराकांदा गवर्नमेंट रिप्रेजेंट तौरे अदुगम अखोइगी हाइरिबा रिजर्वेशन से फंगी अदुबु रिजर्वेशन फंगबगी हराउबा नुंगाइबा फोंदोकनबा अखोइसि रिजर्वेशन की वारी सानबा चंगुरग मतुंगा अखोइबु मयामना का फुबीदना दि नखोइने हेक्टर रिजर्वेशन हाइबसिंग असि गवर्नमेंट यारे पीरिने लाउबा याबा नतेबा time bound pigani data collection hai masi criteria base ama to karai dano haiba makari status no haiba posa ma yenga ga du pp bani na khodak ta pirak de hai na khoi si khoi ahum mari se ma ga hata se da ka phubi de na khoi se hindu da kai tawe ba ko mayam si gi ihau se adu bo khoi mayam gi ne khalla ga khoi si adum kai no tor ko ne adu masida khoi na organization si AMMSO la lusingi hai ga so masida Manipur ta leiriba haidi kaino puna maksina akhoi da hadi AMMSO da loina cooperation je dum pb bani ba aduna ngasi gi akhoi na phangjeri ba mayam se phang bani ba adu masida akhoi na haining masi ngasi lei gi da ba ma ki lei gi da ba gi kumon thoram sida hadi magi family ne gi andak se kailun ba nungai da bahara tai adu ngasai akhoi gi general secretary na magi briefing ama pi ba matam da su masi gum ba kana ba sidi thodo ba akhoi family da phang ba lei tri hai ba se masi akhoi pun mak se pen thok si adu go mahak na to biram ba to gi ngasi mayam sida leiriba tongan ba hadi kaino makhai se masak na ira ba ka doctor engineer mayam se mahaki mahak na tobiram ba hadi muslim khunai na tobiram ba se masi gi ka matam du cooperation pira ga reservation se tobiram me pun muksida akhoi credit pira ga khitang pen thok pa tamin se ai bo phom du tham gi adu ga ngasai gi maruina ai gi now MCS aslam se AMMSO की president होइबदा नतना लाना माइ मराइ बक्ते MCS होयो हाइदु तमबनी नो ओइरिसिनी अदुना मागे हौजिक हनिफ शाह की मस्जिद अमा लैबसे मस्जिद से अखोइ मयाम से AMMSO की एक्स ओइरिबा मयाम सिसु मयाम यामे अदुदगी लैरिबा अदि मणिपुर दा लैरिबा अदि कनोबु अदि organization सिबु नुसिबिबा महक नुसिजिबा मयाम से मस्जिद के कोइ ट्रस्ट कुम मसियमगा कनो से मागी मस्जिद से फजन सेम सी कबरस्तान से फजन सेम सी AMMSO सिसु AMMSO की मतम की एजुकेटिव सिंग से मसिना हाइबदी कनो सिंग सी का कमिटी ट्रस्ट कमिटी दुगी कनो होइगा बैकबोन होइगा मसि सोइदनबा अखोइ कनो तौसी मसि अखोइदी मसि की अखनबा मागी डेट यूनिवर्सिटी तौबा यादे हाइबा सरे त खरा अदुम करे खरा अदुम लेरमनि अदुबु मसरे ने याबो मोंगदा अखोइ तौसी अदुगा मस्जिद अमखक मागी ममिंगदा मागी फैमिली ने लमसे पिथोगा मस्जिद से अमा पीरे मस्जिद ngасai कनो हाइरमे मागी लंबी चथोक चसिन जो खितंग मफम चादा बो ओइदना सुमाइ सेमजिन साजिन बसो हौरे हाय अदुना मयाम चंगदना मसिगी मस्जिद सिमा आई मरुप सिगी दमता मागी ममिंगदा मयाम gi ओइगदबनी मयाम gi नमाज सुबम ओइगदबनी मसिमा तौमिना बसै खोइ खदि मोखन थमिनसी अदुगा तसेनमक आई मरुप सिगी मागी पुंसी से मादी याम सेंगना मतमदुदा अखोइ organization सुम तौमिना रपु मतमदा मफम तुदा चलगा मासे हाना मसिगी कनो सिगी मनुंग AMMSO से लेदिंगै दा आइसु AMMSO की प्लेटफॉर्म दा हौरपनी मसिगी बिफोर ममांग सिंजी AMMSO दा लेरि से मसिगुना मासु अखोगी AMMSO इरोंग जे साबा ब्रांच हेबसे मसिगी मतमदुदा मासे प्रेसिडेंट ओइबने अदुगा अखोइना सुमाइना organization सिमा सेमगलप मतम दसो अखोइ जे खंगनरगा माग अखोइ गसि पुन्ना कनो सिदा AMMSO से सेमिनरगा ngasi keno si mayam gi ngasi leiriba AMMSO se akhoi sumaina matam du seminaraga leirakpani haibo wafum duni adu mayam punu ki di credit ni adu organization ki leader haibo si awa ba nuai ba mayam akhoi su thengnari mak su thengnaki maha ki punsi sina katai phauba kaino to bge haibo matam da miyam gi adugumba matam du ki amada gi program ama lilong da drug thingbai matang da achoba campaign ba public meeting ma to bata मार्क्सी लाइखरे हाइबदा नुमिदांग मीटिंग दुसो हाइदि थेंगना लोसिंदना मार्क्सी हनबा याददना लाइबनी अदुबु हन्नबगी थोरपा कांदनी माना अखोगी लंबी दुसु मयाम द सतदबा खितंग थुनु जुम द सटिंग मरिना असम लंबी मदि थोगलपदौना तौबा अदुदा लंबी दुदा अखो मिफत सिंगदुना माबु लुमगा नोंमै कापखिबनी अदु मतमदुगी मोइगी बेस की फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी ओइबा आई इनाव मोहम्मद फारूक शाह होजे मांगदे लेरे मासिगा इसे मेमा अदुगा हनीफ शाह हदी नोंमैसिना आइगी ये थंग मनाका लुम सिदे लुमगा कापकपदको हनीफ शाह सिना ये थंग सोंगदे लेबा अदगी इसे मेमना मयाइदा चतबा फारूक सिना सुम मताइदा चतपा अदु सोंदे काबको नोंमैसिना अमदे फावरगा अमदा पालगा फारूक शाह सिना नोंमैना मोय हुम चमिनाबदा पालहौदबा नुपादुनेबा आइगी नाव बतमदुगी फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी फारूक शाह से अमतंग लेफलक्सी मयामदमदा कइनो तौसिको हाना सुमसा खंबिरामनि अदुना लाना महासु सीदबगी एखोय उना होबनी उनेरिबनी अदुना सुमाइना अदुमुंबा लाइबा थिबा थौदोक तो थोखिबनी महाना खुदकता मयाम पुनमक्सिना खुदकता मेसेज तौदुना महाकु hospital sida adi surprise oina numidang do no mai kapsil matam da makoi hung ngau den sin na khibada mahak mang khre kadai do haidana some minutes khar sum thi na matam da mahak se hauji ke faruk sigi jumni mamang da labuk ama lai labuk tu da lai lauri du gi mathak da ai sida lai haidana mahak na kaur around 10 to 15 minutes sumba oinam ba yai matam du da mahak si ising thakhiba mali haibadu ni sabjaba ke mudi nati adudi adu maina mahak si si hospital tamna pubani numidang du da mayam sangdana hek ai khoi gi lairiba executive ke no pun maksina khotak sida gari se sijagi hek get tawsila mada mahaki punsi se marak sida mang hairam se ai ya gado mande gari si to minari pun makse launa maktang toba tawraga toba tawsi ai ngon do nungai ta pun maksa ai maru papang pun mang nai ngon do nungai ta thambi ganu haidana si wahi sikak dadi gari si to minari bana khoi na loi no hairam mo ai yara roi hairaga la ilaha illallah muhammadur rasulullah haibal loi dringai si da mahak si punsi loi khi aduna yamna sentiment oiba wafam ni magi wafam se magi punsi si digo magi akhoi gi madi chumnagi pu aga magi basimnau singe lai minara aga da miyangi da makta sum kathor aga zum organization toba magi perche mayum da hanjin da ai na ka sum ai layum da hatan salu si kai na sum chapina ba adu ma de hek lai ki da ba ai di accident thok pa no besigi hayeng gum bagi evening sida thokani hai bas da ngasi je ai jum sida ma si lai numi sida ai ga ma ga se kaino se ai na ma ai bu ngai bu matam da moi ai faruk sine adagi farid ko ba maga makoi hum se kun ga im ja da tonga ga ai bu ngai bani ai da thabang ko sa thok dana thenge adu da ai hek kaino to ba kan sida ma se ai ga sumari ota ha tawraga amuk se sat ke to da khoi ma si bu matam du da khoi ma se khoi ma khoi jum da sat ke da ima su una da ko koi reng ha sum unaram ge hairaga ma si ima su unaram ga wari wata ha to raga sa la sam thakmi ne raga phare phare nang hoi jum haladra halani au phare sa kro hairaga makhoi ni se yauna ba sa kro haidana ai adu maina ai jum da le howi adu ga nongan bagi nungdang waram si da ma meeting yaw bagi to ga si handar so hayeng si da lilong da program am yaw ba si yaw rage hairaga ma si numisigi haidi numidang si jum da kai modom le mayum handa bida lilong da lai raga nonga laga function jaw ma se adum da lai thi ba thodok tu da lai khide bani aduna ma ki punsi gi wari si di ma di organization si ka thok masi ma ki family se matam du da khoi na ngasi di AMMSO da donation to na ba mating pang bi na ba se sympathizer se mayam am lai matam du da di lairam de ai khoi su matam du da khong da san na ba ma gi gari masa pulsar amar lai madu sijin na bani aduna ayamba masigi sathok sasin to matam da khoi no an organization to re ma so to re adubu ngasi mahakki awa banate je laimineri ba thabak to mineri ba khoi khudi mak se wan organization to re aduna ngasi AMMSO hai ba po se hadak si aino uba wakfa bot ki sida satra nata ba makai se lairunu masi miyam ta ba da phajade kana kana no ai maming paning de ai su khangdi satra makai leibiu masi ki damakta social media da du da taw dal leiba pose ta seng namaki phajada ba kom ni sumaina ai khoi ki di punsi ka thoga organization se tawrap pani si da basing una bai wadi sum aduna yamna chumna chasi inau sing masi Hanif Shah lai khida basi sahi trai bana tatapan gumat chawrangna suram matrai khali ai khoi si ngasi adum haina ma go organization tawram to minaram basida apen da parja gi mayam leiram gani ai khoi thakta to bu organization sidi ai khoi di I ka thoga thawai ka thoga leiba miyam gi damakta community si gi damakta jati si gi damakta ai khoi phona raga Manipur kannaba gi damakta ai khoi di compromise sutau tau dana AMMSO si AMMSO ina lai hidam ni hai biduni kana gumba masida adu ada singna ekhoi gi AMMSO gi tu ki executive singda wai kari kara khara hai bagi information lai masi tobi gano organizer kana gi sunate sumna tawram da bada anang sing si kausil laga advice tobi phajada pauta pibi makhoi ba sumala bi da loina advice pirak pada ekhoi phajada moina lengani ba lai jeri ba ex president ex executive moina lai ba mayam chen loina ma keno to bani aduga threat oi ba phum da di masi tobi gano hai ba phum si ai appeal to jage ai marup sa Hanif Shah se ai taseng na ki punsi gi oina kaw ngam roi da ba ai thamoi da amas mahak si bu organization to min si hai na organization si bu oina ba honna min ra pada mahak na kana gi mating loraga mahaki na Manipur do organization to rakhi hai base kanam ta bho nati ai amso ai gi marup salim se masigi एक कवोई के अनी मक्सिदा मार्क्सी को फजना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तौरपा मागी मयूल देगी मागी इंस्टीट्यूशन देगी पुथोगा लम सितो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तौरखिबा अदुम न बयाम नुसीबा आई मरुनी अदुना मागी वारी से अल्लाह नाम हक जन तुन फिरदौस दा लाइबा लहनबीबो क्वेश्चन हाइना मतम खुदिमक्ता आई थमोय दसु दुआ तौजरी आई खोई की लेरिबो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कनो खुदिमनसु मतम खुदिमक्ता तौमिनसी ngasi gi wafum khakta natana aduga maki masjid amakak maki maming da leiri basai ngasai jo hai jakre masi committee ama semaga yam thuna kaino tongna bo khona si hai wafum masi thamjaba ga lon ai wa ngang gi tension ji ge thank you
matamgi khuyong na bakra leiba maramna mungangai oibiri bisingna atenba matam khara khajingtang lobi na bagi damakta norok na khanganjari makhatara posidi kai khumna bada thoidong hentok na matik jaraba Professor Muhammad Abdul Sattar Shah, Principal Long Horabi College po. Wahim kara khajek tapi na bagi na Dr. Passenger.
Assalamualaikum. Nasi all Manipur student organization asindana pangkoliba dua thoram of Marhoom Hanif Shah come second Marhoom Hanif Shah state level open debating competition masung prize distribution gi function asida prize election biri pun amang ming pandra basu ahan makta kai pun nabu cari loina na ngasigi function asi pung mapung ahan binabag binakta election biragi ba lakuni ba छात्र छात्री सिंह डिबेटिंग कंपटीशन की पार्टिसिपेंट सिंह हमारी AMMSO की एडवाइजर सिंह मेंबर सिंह हमारी पेरेंट इनवाइटी हमारी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रिंट मीडिया के मेंबर पुनः मकुसो काय पुनः बुचरी नसी की फंक्शन असी कोई की मारूम हनिफ शाह की महाकुनिंग सिंह बोय ना तो वो फंक्शन होय बना महा की मरमदा आइन खलितन हम तेतन का पन लगे हम सान सुंगा जरूर के मारूम Hanif Shah sikap kerana nak ikut memang kena juga ular rasul kerana pernikahan lo ini khang jabata mana tauramba itu miang kita makta ketuk lamba mayam tu jangan thagan ngai ni sem bermaksu ikut di Manipur dalam menjadi bak community sing sigi manungga ikut di meter bangan community silang kudi makta dan suatana lagi habis miang di mana benda jangan rabang harga ni adu ikut suatani ba Meter bangun community si advance way keraba, jadi majority community sing juga mana napa Hanif Shah na jamu kan honor kami, ayo si maya mana jamu apa ni, amadi 4% ija persen harus pang libasi, mahal nama tentuki, AMMSO ki presiden loy beda jamu kan honor amba, jadi maya ambi ihau sudah karo ba, kali umpati mahal nama tan besi, dan nama tuki tanah bukan apa saja, amna jauh thudang orang mi, ada sesuatu yang amna loin kan orang ada ni, loin na mahal na, ekor ki meter pangan ki suat teraba, kan osi meter pangan na taban, lam besar agak, education si develop tahu na besudam kan orang ni, loin na Manipur dah pun na funda minari ba, yo ikutin maksu, nusi jana na lain ba, sudam kan orang birami. Adalah mahal lagi kita bahasi, ikut Manipur kiwan na maru na mati pangan kiwan di dalam na dimang jawab ni aja ni. Ada mahal na tauram ni buat thabak sing sidi apa buat thabang hatu ba, jadi positif buat thabang hatu ba, dan ikut na hujik su mahal na tauram besi matung ni na ikut na taudal su jada ba, ada tau berdakar we na kali, ada di mahal education si develop tahu na bukan tapi masang su engineering graduate ni. Mahal education si saukan na bukan na lepas saya ikut nak makata nama saukan na bukan na betai, dan ini country yang state yang mana terkejati yang saukan ke higher gadi education si saukan tu besar jatuh, education bu chawkat ragadi chawkat ba chingre dona ke country jati mo igera country mo igera state mo igera a country or society is developed only when education is developed well developed enough finally never well developed education education developed always iba pa haiba du khatna ta well developed education quality education ko pa quality education no ma na ba quality education laina ba ko no hona ba tai adi mahal zuwan ba jiki matam sigi science and technology khanthe na chawkal ba matam sida ko na education si chawkal na ba hona da suja la ke Marhoom Hanif Shah na sida pamamba ko mi khodi man su pamba lari haita ba ko da ko kan sansar sida lai ba maya de lari haning da ba mi da yaw mo ko na haning ba ga ni ai di paisa pai ba mi so dum lari haning ma sa lari heudra ga su masa masudi apa apa school no pole thara ga to si lari haning begin ba din lari chi koina hayan ba abadi quality education purana ba hona ba si tangai thadi na khali quality education purana ba hona ba da kari kari sange di madangang ga ti jam sang rani adi ma su na khang na ma ga ni adi han ba da afaba parent da kar re samna pan ga ina afaba parent da kar re parents ne ke to ma gi sintham chungna khandi ba ma gi attendance control to be any type of competition to be debating competition quiz competition gum thabi ba ana ba ina sida parents na adiki aphabo ja na darkar hoye aphabo ja har ga karam bata hai chhatra ga phadana mari leina ba adi chhatra sing da macha man khalaga man khangi ba mu ko ta thok ba ba ta thok ni ba oja do aphabo oja to ne adada aphabo ja darkar hoye sida na da amaka ka dore aphabo chhatra darkar hoye ababa chhatra ha ga din chagi ababa parent ababa teacher le ga chhatra duna phatra ga ja di duna ababa chhatra ji ga chhatra ma ki to phon thok ma tho phadan to ba angang chhatra su ka ro aduna ababa chhatra su ka ro sigi ma da ma ga dore detail na ha ga su ababa sarkar ababa CSO ababa student organization ka ro ya samna ikoi ki Manipur da sahi kun muksi higher secondary level bhaudi chhatra ki attendance dum phagai adu sahi nasi ni sahi kun mukki maman gi college level jor pudadi sam college khara natana imphal manung lai ba college khara natana college khara ji phabo college tar singem hoi do atop college ni chhatra ki attendance dam han thai ba absenteeism of students si dam no koroi ra jam dam han dhagra ba aduna sugum ba सरकार क्या जो हो गए सरकार चीफ मिनिस्टर क्या हो गए CSO क्या जो मतलब सिंगर हो गए स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो मैं चल गए अदुको हायर एजुकेशन की सर्वकम ओरिबा कॉलेज लेवल दा छात्र ना कारक्रिब सही कुनमुखी मासे कारण नबो कॉलेज हम हदुक बिदे अदे आदि क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पूरा पैसे न सही 10 भावदा 12 भावदा कोई दुन जाते बा कोलोइदी हायर एजुकेशन दु कोई दो ने 10 दा भाबा 12 दा भाबा दु खतन ओइ दे aduna higher education da atuk jana sahi kunmuk chhatra ji chhatra ki absenteeism ji 30% am da jaude college ya mad ka ri ji college thar khana tana adu di higher education si da kar mana quality education purakani aduna ji ailo mai ka no da je AMMSO ki member sing da su ato to organization sing da su haining badi uji ma ramna absenteeism of students ramna koro iba rabta absenteeism jamna phadana wanga ba matam sida student organization mayam CSO mayam tana daga kanada biji chhatra tana bigi problem se solve na policy am hatan khudohani CSO mayam chhatra organization mayam da hajaning ba mana aduga punabak sigi mathata afaba ko sarkar afaba oja afaba chhatra afaba parent punabak silai raga lari haire habi hati jati yanga sama ka 90% phangaba topper oiraba gold medalist oiraba aduna maji ata lari haire habi su yatri ba kadoba time ma ki personality development haiba malai mi khudin mak koloida sarkar ki thabak to gera private ki oigera moigera to buda interview ma face tor kani interview face tor pada personality development si ma kwadi ki maroi ba personality development si lai hodra ga di kadore ngasai interview ki tor ma tam droi kaw rane ba khangam ma ya aduna permanent development si torpada ngasi batawriba Hanif Shah gi ningsing bona tawriba debating competition si jan maroi ba mane ba aduna akhoi gi debating competition si tanatana quiz gumba kari gumba su dum tawani chhatra singge edi tung dawai bana singge permanent development si la na ba damta aduna chona tawri si ai gi side gi su debating competition si tawgi dam ka nam khai likna thagachari loina na aroi da na hining bada na sai ki qualification pura pada pisai ba musitage pisama pisoi ba din ngasi ma Manipur da sahi ani mukse pislaite na lagi tam bada apan belam pi na pisoi ba matsang manina akhoi masel amaga hunnabagi mahutta national unity day gum bade mamam tawi tawraga sumanung de amaga sum thina ba sum tawba sugum masu tawdana ba akhoi mase pisoi na laina ba quality education prakuda sum matin panna ba mayam puna ba amatoi na laina si hai ba na ba am jalo le
Farid Khan Nongjai, former President AMMSO GHQ Boko Sinjari.
Assalamualaikum. Si matam na kuzo na boy benina ay nangani ba makikiki expression ay di marok awlat na andre tasing haraga di ay site ki apil na pagse Marhoom Hanif Shah ki pantoi ba di competition si as the member koi biri ba kuna ba ni ba dali si biri ba Marhoom pansin CSO sa rojas ay kuna ay say ay gi mai kai di sai ki lo ta yau ba secretary general ki no ki da Masjid ama sabagi matang do mayam na mateng pangbiraga Marhoom Hanif Shah gi minta kathoi ba manu kathoi ba do Neutrality samasya maga do mapung phana pangthong na ba do ga koi Afghanistan du ga mari leina na development to ya ma khai do ko representative sing na mang ka biro ado ga koi na pangmaya mateng no ma pangmina si hai ba pil na to jagi aroi ba da aina pil na to ni AMMSO semak pagi wari si wari ay mangta sa baza ay mula ini ko space mo ito mo na dominara kanda AMMSO si 2002 di mamanda ay ko ay hanagi student organization da su dai su tongan ba sa organization sing lerami ay ko ay 2002 da pala punji la kanda ay ko ay AMMSO hay ba mami ko ni Noi nama mamang da leram ba kuna mak president PK adu ke president secretary Salim Azad General secretary Salim Azad president Oblat di Marhoom Hanif vice president ai organization secretary suaina koi base han koi da to ni ani chuba base la kai seng bagi di ai ke matam sidi yamna lai bak thiba thaudo amagi hek thangna ba president hai ba ai matam tu dah action mari mangana organisation si siapa yani yawe hai matam tu organisation si kalhung na bagi damakta ai ki junu sumai nai ko tim mama sanawa ko ko mam ta na rakanda senior mam ta na rakanda AMMSO si ingal khiba adu gi thangna ba tam ni percent ujarami ai ki matam dali thabuk to ba to da bagi na te organisation si mang ba ya de hai bagi kai no tu da organisation si dan bari adubo aina special appeal lang to jagi ngasi press media gi thanda ngasi mai si punjal ta ko ni executive singda AMMSO hai si mapa mapu leiba organization ni aduna kari gumba pen da bagi issue amagi natraga thodo amagi ko ni nan singda ngat internet threat to ba jingman da ko ba telephone da ki han ba ngasi hai nu mit gi guardian sing mu chilaga AMMSO ki senior moina senior ki mo silaga adu ki okham do do pio kai gumba ai koi na Manipur miam khanna hai ba ki halai ba AMMSO ki halai ba tem chi dari mi yo do lepa miam da la khor ba tar ga di lepa miam na ga mi du ga lai nari ba mari do
kari oigedage haibadu koi haibangamte maramaduna AMMSO gi executive singda koi gi Marhoom Hanif Shah matamdugi faction gi khudong chaba launarkanda kaplan hatki hauzik su AMMSO gi president secretary tongan tongan be singda ki han khanganba tawba haibase abu khudang nate masi handongna bai ai side gi amadu senior singi side gi advisor side gi ai apelam tawjage sisi matam ujung na bram maro bor kanda wangan musi yang tension jarge pada habis
Program di Marak Tepoina Marhoom Hanif Shah, ex-president ng AMMSO General Headquarter gi reservation struggle gi matanda yaya AMMSO 2024-2026 ki executive members kuding magna honajaraga release tawjabani book asibu ibikiba Safiur Rahman editor Ijal Express Network po haningai leitena thagachari book asibu Marhoom Hanif Shah ki Yamba MB Habibur Rahman po da kudong tapinabagi tabagta Imtiaz Hibok mayong President AMMSO General Headquarter Bonolog na Nixinjur.
Warathanak bigumamda mabanda kai khabiba grand idea nama AA01B P6632 yaw biragadi kai dus kapitang saito winaba nising jare amtang an nising rege grand idea 6632
Thank you. Sidi. Kaya kung naman ito doon, dong nang matikjara ba Dr. Rabi ka na Advocate High Court of Manipur po, tete po ay ka na tabi na magiging magtago sa jury.
Tela matamda atopo wa sector election riba khuding mai kai khunu uchari organization ki importance to ninga si mari le na baza khangani basi just only other area the saloi chatra khuna yo single ko se Manipur city demand to the bigan da balam da mani maduna Manipur gi achauba building ama mathon maga gi chaba thangna pat laiba thangna khongba laiba ga building tu kuina laiba yaru turakani madugi ayada laiminare ba furik kudi wakse sang manana mai masing haiminaba sang manana se thokla bi laiminaba targadi amaga baga nuksina neba amana abu ku tu hatna roi haiba dugi wakhalo na ngasi pangal community gi chunamjan ba kaya thoktra mai masing lamda nem thare sen dumi mamta nem thare khudi mang nem thare haina khong manaba dimana ba lakhi bani matam dugi khudong sabdu 2006 ta matam dugi government aduna PB ki maitai haiba group asidana other backward classes haina 13% way namgani pi kiba maitai pangal haiba group asina 4% reservation pi kime atopa topa jati sinda su 0.5% PB yaw isam samna economy 13.5 12.5 sorry 12.5 adu maina 13 dia udah 12.5 OBC maitai haina sumaina adu OBC maitai pangal haina ma OBC sumaina lagi laksani ki pot sini gai no haibata da ai koi chumna laik tami ai koi sian tali thika tauri thong tauri haibata ni magi family ma sama sak ki pukat tangai ki lambi ne ba in general society ki ye ko mi ek siam tangai pa de ba nasi ki family ba manga family ba first and second row si AMMSO these respected brothers are the AMMSO members AMMSO some of the DICE members including Farid Khan and Mada obi kido. Oi, anu ba mi fatta sindo makoi shu kaya apu oi makoi gi mung sindo. Anyway, hauji sata gi organization na tawgada ba tawgyam lai. Ngasi samaj ama sagat pase society ji organization gi role am chawi civil society organization. Manipur dadi civil society organization na samaj da bi chummi maramdi thamoi sengba apaba government na ji he lai rak tabde. Apaba good governance sama lergadi everything CSO da kali dia good governance se Manipur da sahi kya nahi da kui ramina civil society chhatra organization chhatra tanate chhatri suni da kali se ngasi doctor oiba engineer oiba college lecturer oiba judges oiba high profile da sangi ba mayam se ngasi AMMSO oiba se koi mayam yawi to ado explain to roge AMMSO na laibuk phab dagi madugi Maira toast bearer organization. Hambiramba 4% dugi marunda. Nakoi gi nasa nasu nakoi gi. Tungi generation kya gi sulabi shemi naba. Alo nasigi AMMSO gi yanglin saru pin ngai kona ba masing dadi wat ko tawi masi kaujan thiba mioi mapongi. Ai matik sare harga ai gi phida thamam shabira mi ba. Organization abadi makhoi singdu ningsing batangai fade hauji program su yam sangman khe ai loinam khai roige AMMSO se Manipur lai mai da kana gumba underground organization amata da poke ta hap ngai sirakam yam tau re mamang hauji ti taura anu hauji ning tamu organize namu hensi article 19 da constitution joiba ning tamu civil society organization do sat organization do adumba organize nama hensi ala AMMSO na lai phauta AMMSO na taw taw kuli muta ai khoi na sabchana le kare have se asi Manipur miam da hairisi AMMSO mai pansi AMMSO gi thorong kuli muta ai khoi sajo piraga lamdam masida lekin chuna sakina bal lei ko lasida lamdam masi chawkhat ngai bonaba nungsi sanaba communal harmony pura ngai bonaba amadi chapter kunai gi sakhan ngai bonaba tung koina aso thogang lobi faisunu hai ko pun thamjar ga tension jaga thank you
Thank you, sir. Makataba Mohammed Obi Nabagidamata Dr. M.D. Peter Rahman, Associate Professor in the Department of Biotechnology, Manipur University, will get the Kuwaikra Tami Nabagidamata Kosinjar.
Assalamualaikum. Guys, kami bahan lagi cerita function city jauh mulai juga saat naharu halaman ay pun bagus kan ay mencari matang toy toy na yang sangmal lehai ay su tahu di pun membelah tu ni ada pun apa lagi saya angan sih AMMSO lah ada price naik ke yang toy toy na sini kan naik ke su toy toy na lete asyik na ay koi na Hanif Shah Marhoom ki magi legacy oina mana ninjamba aduga AMMSO gi mamangda koi lakhiba isang sina purakiba organization gi members in puno mangna khanjaraba mangsi habidi maru oina education gi over trust bina ba aduga koi gi man pangal society bu sakhan na bo khon na basi koi makhata na leiba organization pu bi ba thopu basing na makhata na Tobio aduga kwaitagi maruina aina amakha panjani da patam mamada koi sahi om hom yor mani tamsi adu sahi om hom ni tamsi roi ma thok khun ma pangthok pa ngamgani haidodi ai thaside adubu sahi om hom da mai ma ki puri ba thobu basina trust area mom silmaga thok khun ma roi ma koi pressure group soi ba adagi roi ma so sin ma sidi ai tasing organization si mai ma ki tongan ma ki area mom thaki
ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯤ CSO ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ AMMSO ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ CSO ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯅꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯨꯗꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯨꯗꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯏꯐꯅꯕ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯖꯨꯀꯦꯁꯟꯒ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯂꯩꯅꯕ एरियादा मरुआइना मागी ट्रस्ट एरिया थमनिंगी अदो तसेंगना अखोइगी हौजिक लेरिबा एजुकेशन गी ओइबा पैटर्न सिदा इखोइगी कॉपिंग गी ओइबा अनफेयर मीन्स गी ओइबा हाइबदि मतम ममदा अनफेयर मीन्स तोरंदबा दबु हौजिकति स्कूल सिंग अदरगी लेरिबा स्कूल गी सेटअप तोरिबा सेक्रेटरी सिंग मसा मंग यावरगा इखोइगी महोइगी स्कूल दुगी रिपुटेशन वांगबा छात्र याम लांगबा सुतुमगी मोंगदा तोरगा अखोइगी पांगन सोसाइटी मणिपुर सोसाइटी मरुआइना पांगन तनते मणिपुर सोसाइटी से मांग लेबा लंबी मोइसा मसी मसी मै टेंशन हनी अदुगा अनि सुबदा इखोइगी मरुआइना इकोनॉमिकल कंडीशन से यामना मणिपुर इखोइगी माइटै पांगगी यामना हनथै अदुगी दुना अंगांग सिंसी प्राइवेट स्कूल सिंदा तम मतंदा था आमदा लिसिंग मंगा तरा लोइना स्पेंड तौरगनी तमिस अदु लोइमक मी वला खरबा अदुदि नते अदु हाना इखोइगी सिदा फामिबा मी मयामदगी तिलबा अहलमन सिंसिदा गवर्नमेंट स्कूल दो तमागा ओइ फामि मयाम यावरमने सक्सेस मयाम मोइदि अदु गवर्नमेंट स्कूल सिंसिदा पैसा चंदनबा इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन जि फनबा गवर्नमेंट स्कूल लैरिबा एनी मणिपुरी मफमदा लैरिसिंसे मसि अमुका हेना पुनिंग जंगनी मखोइ सिंसी येंगसननी मखोइबु सुपरवाइज तोहनी आई मसि हारगा मोतांग थोरसि
Ngasi pangtoksekiba second Marhoom Hanif Shah State Level Open Debating Competition 2025 ki regional lautokserage. First position Tabik Ravi Ningombang Helena. Adam sister Adam Pami. Second position Tabik Rava Langamba Yumnam. Third position Tabik Ravi Kiran Bala Devi. Consolation the first consolation Tabik Rava M. D. Irshad. Second consolation Tabik Rava Tabik Ravi Paul Ningtojang. Third consolation Tabik Ravi Ukram Bam Jyoti Devi. Fourth consolation Tabik Rava Laisram Sanajava. Fifth consolation Tabik Ravi Rita Tongbram. Sixth consolation Tabik Rava Maibam Ravish Khan. Seventh consolation Tabik Rava Chesaba Muhammad Ilyas. Congratulations everyone. Program game makha jasarapoina mathang President Gate Wapam Kara Tabiraba Matunda Prize Distribution Gate Program la haujaragani. Arabraina Imtiaz Hebok Mayong AMMSO General Headquarter ke President Gate Thabu Biribabo Tenta Pawali Kara Tabiraba Gita Magta Question Jury.
Assalamualaikum. Ngasi koi ki lai khitraba kai khumna jariba Marhoom Hanif Shah AMMSO gina former president mahaki lai khitraba numika mari lainana koi AMMSO na AMMSO ki yamba sigi damata doagi thoram amadi debating competition lama sinjaba sida कोईना दास के लिए मैं भी ना बाहर जरूर बता रहा हूँ या भी रखा बा पुन नमको मिंग नमो तब बन जाते कसु सुचें जगह काय को नमो जब बगल लोई ना ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯟꯚꯥꯏꯇꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯕꯗ ꯍꯔꯥꯎ ꯍꯔꯥꯎ ꯂꯦꯡꯕꯤꯔꯛꯇꯨꯅ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯍꯧꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯕ ꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩꯕꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯏꯟꯚꯥꯏꯇꯦꯁ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯆꯦ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯄꯨꯁꯨ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯕ ꯎꯠꯆꯕꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯇꯤꯡ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯁꯔꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯕꯤꯗꯨꯅ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯠ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯃꯄꯨꯡ ꯐꯥꯍꯟꯕꯤꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯀꯣꯂꯦꯖ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯨꯜꯁꯤꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯡꯕꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯩꯔꯣꯏ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯄꯨ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯕ ꯎꯠꯆꯕꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯋꯥꯗꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯉꯥꯡꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯇꯟꯖꯥ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯇꯟꯖꯥ ꯆꯥꯗꯅ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯉꯥꯡꯉꯁꯨꯅ ꯇꯥꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯇꯟꯖꯥ ꯈꯛ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯗꯕꯅꯤ나 ꯑꯩ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ Marhoom Hanif Shah AMMSOꯒꯤꯔ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯦꯛꯕꯣꯟ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯝꯕ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯐꯣꯔꯃꯔ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯁꯤꯗꯦꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯅꯤꯡꯁꯤꯡꯖꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡꯗꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯃꯍꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯃꯤꯡꯗ ꯀꯩꯀꯩ ꯉꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯝꯁꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯉꯝꯖꯕ ꯃꯃꯥꯡ ꯆꯍꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯇꯤꯡ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟ ꯁꯤꯟꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯟꯅ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯖꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯄꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯔꯛ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯀꯩꯀꯩ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯌꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯈꯟꯅꯖꯩ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯍꯅꯤꯐꯀꯤ ꯂꯩꯕꯤꯍꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯃꯨꯡ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯄꯨꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯀꯂꯦꯛꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯨꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯃ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡꯗ ꯇꯧꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯃ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯖꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯨꯕꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯀꯨꯏ ꯀꯨꯏꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯉꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯄꯦꯟꯇꯤꯡ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯆꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯂꯦꯚꯦꯜ ꯒꯤ ꯊꯥꯛꯇ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯀꯤ ꯊꯥꯛꯇ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯕ꯭ꯂꯗ ꯗꯣꯅꯦꯁꯟ ꯀꯦꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯇꯧꯖꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯌꯥꯔꯄꯣꯛ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯥꯟꯆꯀꯤ ꯏꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯡꯒ ꯁꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯏꯌꯥꯔꯄꯣꯛ ꯑꯦꯔꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯀ꯭ꯂꯥꯁ 1ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 8 ꯐꯥꯎꯒꯤ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯃꯦꯊꯃꯦꯇꯤꯛꯁ ꯀꯝꯄꯤꯇꯤꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯁꯤꯟꯖꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯍꯅꯤꯐꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯍꯅꯤꯐꯀꯤ ꯃꯃꯤꯡꯗ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃꯈꯛ ꯇꯧꯅꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯇꯩ ꯀꯔꯤꯝꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯍꯅꯤꯐꯅ ꯃꯍꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯀꯂꯦꯛꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯃꯍꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯖꯨꯀꯦꯇꯤꯚꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ AMMSOꯒꯤ ꯋꯦꯜ ꯋꯤꯁꯔ ꯑꯦꯛꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯗꯨꯅ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯔꯒ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯟꯗ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯆꯥꯎꯕ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯜ ꯑꯃꯈꯛ ꯇꯝꯕꯤꯔꯝꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯜꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯤꯔꯣꯟꯁꯤꯅ ꯀꯥꯎꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯊ꯭ꯔꯨꯗ ꯇꯝꯃꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯖꯥꯔꯕꯦꯁꯟ 4% ꯔꯤꯖꯥꯔꯕꯦꯁꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯖꯣꯕ ꯑꯦꯟड ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯐꯦꯁꯅꯦꯜ ꯀꯣꯔꯁꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯡꯆꯥꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤꯁꯦ ꯏꯟꯖꯣꯏꯗꯤ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ AMMSOꯅ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯏꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯍꯅꯤꯐꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯤꯡꯗ ꯀꯩꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯨꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗꯗꯤ AMMSO ꯃꯁꯛ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ AMMSOꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ ꯔꯤꯖꯥꯔꯕꯦꯁꯟꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯇꯧꯔꯦ ꯍꯣꯏ ꯔꯤꯖꯥꯔꯕꯦꯁꯟ दा अखोई रिजर्वेशन केटोगरी दा मार्क तो खलम दा दिया है तब तो बुझा ना मदिले ना बने खल्ले रिजर्वेशन लेको अखोई पागन दी हाइबा अखोई कंपटीशन तौर मन खितंग सोदरगा सो रिजर्वेशन सिना मी सामगी मनुंग दा मरी बदी अखोई पागन की खाकन थमी हाई सि अखोई मनक तगे अखोई मरी बदी फंगनी कान सना खल्लगा मोइदा वाडनिंग बगी वखल मदिले रंगने बा अदुगी पोट तो काउथोगा अखोई मतिंग नत्रगना या हने सिगे थुदा काइगुम म तौसा मतबदा AMMSO गी अखोई कनोसि खंदगी ममी मता से मसिने लेखना वरोस अखोई होय अतंगना पालेनदी अखोई गंतोबि डॉक्टर इंजीनियर सुगुम्बा अखोई कनो कांगुसि सिंसिंग ख्वाइदगी हेन रिजर्वेशन की खुदोंग जाबसलो सही खुदिंगी डॉक्टर खंबदा अखोई एलएस जामलो डॉक्टर यम के आप करछि मी जहों खनदा मी क्या सिंजे मोय सिंजे सुगम खंदबे मोंग AMMSO के नमा हाय बुगांदा मतेंग बानिंग दे सुगम सुगम मसि तौरपसिना हजिके मेरोंददी ऑफिसर और ब्यूरोक्रेट और मोयना बुखांदगदी काइसु खंगदबा नत्रग नॉर्मल लाजे हिंजेरबा मिसमनदी रिजर्वेशन की खुदोंग जाबा AMMSO खुदोंग तमबसे पांगन में याम होनरगा अदगी मतमदगी अहलमसिंग होनरगा लोय माहनबसे सिजे कोई खनन मथौ दाय हारगा एकोई मसिगी कनोसि तौजरे ngasi yang bahane ki ikoi series of ikoi kano se program tau bisi manungda ikoi AMMSO na mama seida ikoi yang bahane ki yang bada yang bahane da ikoi na cover stand da ikoi memory store ma khak yum je ke na ikoi hairami lai thosan da ki ikoi AMMSO ki working president so biramba yang bahjina AMMSO officer na ke junior AMMSO na haje thau tau bi be yang asina असंग पुनः पुथोगा कोई नरंग अथेंग बदा yang mana di cover stand koi kan ada orang ngasih wakil ke kata ke siapa lagi loe foto tharam bagi jauh lah yang rumah je yang mana sebenarnya mati bang birapa adu koi amana mayam sih nungai sih mana loe mati bang ini yang mana pilih hai benda kata gua ani sudah hai dari kita hai udah mati bang koi yang masih ngalam masih punya upah thaga jadi loe na ini hendak mencari tahu nih berde koi yang masih jauh Kota tagini maga sa ay koi ga yang kan hana connection le na mo na te du to AMMSO gi ni hai baganda be hane gi ni hai baganda anytime the any place ka magi takal koi gi takal the help tor na more gi yung thar mai sa ko ya masine lising gun thu ga AMMSO me bin pating bang birami alagi adaki bainu ngai je mamagi debating competition ki first prize ya masin puthopi handa ki sumak na puthopi daga ko debating ta hoda chaw na ting bang bi aduga atai sing si loina apa nge aduga ikhoi ala mana sponsor se loina tawbi ikhoi ex marak tai so ato page social worker maya de ikhoi ya mai imam khoi de ikhoi ex president bia sanawas ya bhala loina pudi pan ngu ta ga lai tra ni na maya se loi pa ikhoi mating bang bi na sigi program si ba kong phaja bani loina na koi baya hane ki koi ki movie ja bisang moment se struggle tor pada thieng na ki ba am de bihan heb ki live stream ga mari le na ba kaya amro ai koi na yang ba study to phong ngam de ai koi tanga se ke to na ai gi maro Safiur Rahman sel expression news network ki editor oi bi basina kan na honar ga AMMSO gi an kun maksita na kan na ga ikoi na te pa ba ya ba khadu ka pa na ga ma ga kan ho na ga ga si si lai se yam ba ma ya ba ma ga kan khudun tam jam ngam bas aduga ai wa se si a jaga ne ga ta se ga ikoi na Birket adagi koi professor mayam waza mayam se koi kau se bese te gam nati sidala sing jidi koi already support ro ka gu ni koi su yam nungai je harau je Because samatang tau jing na baya hane ki man ga koi yam ba ex president bya la na so habi na baya hane ki ma ming sida koi trust ma di koi na kana tau ni ma si koi na di kan tau buting ka moi koi bisa tok de koi ma he ni bai ro ne koi na ma tu koi paisa kai to ko pam ya to koi gi bil get me am sina koi gi resource me am sina sigi si dai de lobi ga ya hane ki ming da trust ma ka koi gi AMMSO na tau che lo phil la tau hai ko ding mak koi ta sa ge atuga ma sigi trust ma di ran tau han ko gi aba ma do mayam se da request to ge na ninga si ko na ya ma mayam ko na ta sa mi am ha ji le na mayam ne ko da ko sal la ma tau ba atai ken ta gi na ta de sigi thamoi ge wa pham je ko gi resourceful ba ko gi hai je pham oi ba ala man je ko ga kulap na pham na ga mayam se request to ge na tau je ba ni mayam na su ma sigi se shema se da mayam ma ge de gi ko da kain positive response ma bihan ningi aduga mayam pun ma ko gi ngasi debate ki building gi amadi ko gi mathematics competition gi saruk ya biduna todong ai ko gi mai papi khaba amadi debate te yaw bi di ba sin law pun ma ngasi gi athe ko ma tan su ba ko gi wahai ani mari phonga mi da kai ta isa da haina da ba kai ma tem ko uttari da lo bo ya wi sa masi na ma da AMMSO gi ma kai de ga mo ka na ta Siapa yang tinggi?
Program di bakal sejarah poin prize distribution game term madu untuk cara game ahan pada first Marhoom Hanif Shah state level open with pending competition 2025 theme of the competition cultural identity haiba sido pantuk chakiba competition adu game ko matang takraba sing adu de first position takraba Daulas Lambamayong BFA first sem Impal Art College po Sigum na ba price si lobby na bagay damagta ko sinjari price si kuno tabi na ko itamagta respected Muhammad Aulad Khan, ex-president and founder president of AMMSO General Headquarters, Boko Senjari. First prize kit sponsors in respected Muhammad Aulad Khan, ex-president and founding president AMMSO General Headquarters na Tobirapani. Sponsor Tobirapani tabagta haninga letin na thagat pudojari. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Second position, Tabikraba J. Ras Maitei, Class 10, Nongpok Mahiko. Nasiki prizes, Ilobi Navigata Magda, question jury.
Hello.
Prizes, Ikudol Tambi Navigata Magda, Muhammad Farid Khan Nongjai, ex-president AMMSO JSK, question jury. Thank you, sir. Matang tayo pada third position da Makoy Alina Takre. Ahanba Asidi Hoydrom Sneha Chanu BFA First Semifal at College po. Kasigi ko doon si Longbi na bagay damagta ko senjari. Doon si Bibi na bagay damagta. Respected Farouk X AMMSO ko senjari. Secretary Matanglawas, Sister Irong Malinghato Singh, PA, 3rd Sem, NG College, Lampilbo. Kasi ko doon kasi lang binabagay na magdala ko senjari. Third position ki prize si Muhammad Anwar Hussain, Ilad ko sing na sponsor to birang pani, sponsor to birang bigyan matahan nga lagyan na para po kong trade. Thank you, sir. Matang Tawa City 4 to 10 Consolation Prize ne. Ahan ba Consolation Lobby Krabi Afia Khan BA First DM College of Art Pro. Kasi ko lola sila sa lobby na bagay damag ko senjari. Kulo si PB na bagay damag respected Sir Abdul Hakim, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, DMU, Boko Senjari. Third Sugar Consolation Prize Lobby Krabi Heights M. Sumaya, Class 10, Open Minded Academy. Busyo nga sige sigum na ba prize sa lobby na bagay damag ko senjari.
No.
Masala after ka sugar yan siya na lobby na bayaran ko. Mukha ko to sige Heights M. Sumaya, Class 5, Open Minded Academy, 5th position Consolation Tabi Krabi Bro. Kasi sigum na ba prize sa lobby na bagay ko senjari. Sixth position, Tabik Rabi. Mainam Suhana Begum, Class 12, Princeton International School, Ketri on like I book injury. Prices in the Gita Bagdam. Muhammad Habibur Rahman, sorry, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, MU Bokos injury. Seventh position, from Muhammad Ramjit Singh, Open-Minded Academy, who ngasigi sigum level prize sa lobby na magita Bokos injury. Eighth position, from Mahia Khan, Class 11, New Model Higher Secondary School, who ngasigi sigum level prize sa lobby na magita Bokos injury. Ninth position, Rabi Marine, Class 6, Minded Academy, bunga sige sigum laba po prize sa lobby na magita Bokos injury. 10th position, Makoy Ani Takre, Ahanpada, Sesam Ome Kulsong, Class 7, SA Education Institute, Tirong Chesababu, sige sigum laba prize sa lobby na magita Bokos injury. Prize sa sigum laba na magita Madam Dr. Shabina Hussain, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Manipur University, Bokos injury. Thank you, ma'am. Matang Sisu Mukana ko tukjage Chesam Ome Kulsum Class 7 SA Education Institute Lirong Chesa Babunga Sige Sigum Laba Price Silo Binaway Damagta Century Price Siguro Binabagi Damagta Madam Dr. Mahmoud Anong Jai Assistant Professor GP Women College Bokos injury. Matang Sidi 10th position Chesam Dorjani Class 7 SA Education Institute Lirong Chesa Babunga Price Silo Binabagi Damagta injury. Price Assistant Dr. Mahmoud Anong Assistant Professor GP Women College na Pipina Bagita Magtanolo.
Hello.
MT Isakan X Secretary na 6 to 10 consolation prize as sponsor to be sponsor to Bukit Tabagtan na una kaya kung nabangan din harap pa ito pang consolation position that Chesam Neutrality Class 7 SA Education Institute Lirong Chesa Babunga Prize sa lobby ng Bidamagta Concentrary Prize sa CPP na Bikita Magta Dr. Ravi Khan, Advocate, High Court of Manipur, Bokos injury. Thank you. Matang City, second Marhoom Hanif Shah is the level of debating competition के मना मत मियाँ तो बगी थोड़ा मत matang City का उचरेगी. Kudola CPB na bagi damak Jerry. Kudola CPB na bagi damak Sahana was Marhoom Hanif Shah still level open debating competition की first position topic remaining on Helena. Masih prize si lobi na kita magta procedure. Kudola CPB na kita magta Jawraman social worker bo procedure. Debate की first prize की sponsor asisu respected Jawraman social worker na to bear puni sponsor to bear kita magta third perform cherry. Thank you sir. Second position tabi kerbalan number yung number prize si lobby na bagi magta procedure. Kudola CPB na bagi magta Sahana was ex-president AMMSO bo procedure. Debate की second position की prize issues Sahana was ex-president AMMSO ने sponsor to bear puni sponsor to bear kita magta hani alite na third perform jury. Thank you sir. Third position Takrabi Kiran Baladevi Bunga Sige Sigum Laba Prize si Lobi na magita magta concentrate Prize si PB na magita magta sa Fiora Mon album editor Ichel News Network po concentrate. Sponsor third position ki sponsor si Socio-economic album editor Ichel News Network na to beer puni sponsor to beer po kita magta thagat pahiningan ito na conductory. Thank you sir. Consolation first consolation Takraba MD Irshad po na sige sigong labang prize si Lobi na magita magta concentrate prize si PB na magita magta Sheikh Aslam Khan Junior MCS Government of Manipur po concentrate. Second consolation tabi ko po dito jambong na sige sigong labang prize si Lobi na magita magta concentrate. Kudola si PB na magita magta Yunus X Sports Secretary po concentrate. Third consolation tabi Kirby program Jyoti Devi bunga sige sigum labang prize si Lobi na magita magta concentrate. Kudola si PB na magita magta hello to Mr. AMMSO bo concentrate. Fourth consolation tabi Kraba last round sa Najaw bunga sige sigum labang prize si Lobi na magita magta concentrate. Kudola si PB na magita magta Aslam Khan ex-working president AMMSO GHK bo concentrate.
Ano mamangi ko ngayon itong pambiyo ba?
We'll go ahead and exchange again. Board Consolation Tabi Krabala from Sanazabu Bungasigi Sigum Laba Price Silobina Bagita Magta Course Injury. Sorry. Fifth Consolation Tabi Kravirita Tongrabunga Sige Sigum Laba Price Silobina Bagita Magta Course Injury. Kudola Sipibina Bagita Magta Salim Ajad ex General Secretary Go Course Injury. Yunus Ali Kulapam, ex-BP AMMSO General Headquarter Board. Nasigi Sigum Laba Kudola si PP na Bagita Magta Course Injury. Sorry, Priya no Hagaliba. Ibram Ravish Khan Bunga Sige Sigum Laba Price Silobi na Bagita Magta Course Injury. Kudola si PP na Bagita Magta Rahim ex Joint Secretary Book Course Injury. Kudola si PP na Bagita Magta MD Manoj Kant BP Administration AMMSO General Headquarter Book Course Injury. Nakantara po sige Sesaba Muhammad Ilyas Bunga sige Sigum Laba Kudola si Lobi na Bagita Magta Course Injury. Kudola si PP na Bagita Magta MTS Book Bayong AMMSO President AMMSO General Headquarter Book Course Injury.